Good morning. I declare today's meeting open and I welcome everyone here, including those joining us in the gallery and also on the live stream. Could everyone please stand as I ask Councillor Burns to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet.
Thank you, through you. I do want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands upon where we're meeting, the Kabi people. They've been meeting for centuries, millennia in fact, in a very similar space like this, where they gathered together to seek what is customary and right, what was the law of the land, what was actually helped to make decisions that were going to be good for them, for their clans, for their families and for the future. They talked about trade, they talked about disagreements, and yet they continued to work together for a common good. And so it is right and it is good to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the Sunshine Coast region, the Kabi people of the coastal plains and the Yinabara people of the Southern Highlands, and pay our deep and abiding respect to their cultures and to their elders, past, present, and acknowledge all First Nations people here this morning.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Please remain upstanding as I invite Professor David Chittleborough and Mrs. Safura Chittleborough, representatives of the Baha'i faith, to provide a blessing. Welcome.
Safura and I are honoured to be present at this meeting and to represent the Sunshine Coast Baha'i community and to offer a blessing to the Council for its meeting. You may be interested to know that the democratically elected members of the Baha'i communities around the world, both local, national and international, have been cautioned that they must not dictate but consult amongst themselves as much as possible, but also with the friends that they represent. And they should never be led to suppose that they are the central ornaments of the Baha'i community, intrinsically superior to others in capacity or merit. And they should always approach their task with extreme humility and endeavour with open-mindedness and a high sense of justice and duty, and wins the support of those that they represent. They must at all times avoid a spirit of exclusiveness, the atmosphere of secrecy, and banish all forms of prejudice and passion from their deliberations. So I ask Safura to offer a prayer.
O thou, kind Lord, thou hast created all humanity from the same stock. Thou hast decreed that all shall belong to the same household. In thy holy presence, they are all thy servants, and all mankind are sheltered beneath thy tabernacle. All have gathered together at thy table of bounty. All are illumined through the light of thy providence. O God, thou art kind to all. Thou hast provided for all, that shelter all, conferrest life upon all. Thou hast endowed each and all with talents and faculties, and all are submerged in the ocean of thy mercy. O thou kind Lord, unite all. Let the religions agree and make the nations one, so that they may see each other as one family, and the whole earth as one home. May they all live together in perfect harmony. O God, raise aloft the banner of the oneness of mankind. O God, establish the most great peace. Cement thou, O God, the hearts together. O thou kind Father, God, gladden our hearts through the fragrance of thy love. Brighten our eyes through the light of thy guidance. Delight our ears with the melody of thy word, and shelter us all in the stronghold of thy providence. Thou art the mighty and powerful. Thou art the forgiving, and thou art the one who overlooketh the shortcomings of all mankind. Abdul Baha from the Baha'i Writings. We wish you every success in your deliberation.
Thank you so much. Please remain upstanding as we invite Shanna Jacobs, Group Executive for Customer and Planning Services, to address the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Today we take a moment to recognise and acknowledge the life of Tanya Esser. I would like to begin by sharing a message from Tanya's family. Tanya loved her work. She loved to work, or better said, working was to her a form of love. And it was in work she found an expression of her full potential, her signature emulsion of compassion and toughness. She came to the Sunshine Coast as a reluctant immigrant for the sake of her children's future, following her insane husband to a place that was beautiful and pleasant and yet so not home. Through her work, more than anything, she wove a deep and authentic connection to this place, its people and life here. So it became no longer a place far from home, but home itself. Tanya began working with council in 2011 and was originally attracted to a role in council by her innate desire to connect with and to serve her new community. She began her life with council as a local law officer and over several years worked in various roles in response services. Tanya was an administration officer, a local law officer and an investigator, and true to her style, she was brilliant at each one. Serving our community was always at the heart of everything she did. When Tanya was awarded the supervisor role at the Pound, she found her stride as a leader, and she built the space to be one which is the envy of local governments and animal shelters across Queensland. Tanya's pride in her people and the facility was well placed. Both the RSPCA and Workplace Health and Safety Queensland have acknowledged her and her team as being world class in running their facility. As Tanya grew in her leadership role, she stepped into the Coordinator Response Services role in 2021. The reach of her knowledge, gifts and empathy expanded throughout the organisation and our community. As just one example of her impact, Tanya was a key driving force, changing the way council responded to people experiencing homelessness on the front line, bringing compassion, care and curiosity to the fore. No matter how far up the ladder Tanya climbed, she never hesitated to put boots on the ground. Whether it was to get a better understanding, to help support someone, to teach or to coach, to protect or to simply just help. More than once over her time with us, I heard someone say, "I just don't know how you do it. I couldn't do your job." And she would say, "I wouldn't swap it for anything else in the world." Tanya's endless compassion, unwavering integrity, natural empathy, wicked humour and spine of steel made her a loved and respected leader amongst her peers and in our community. While her role was in leading response services and customer response, she never failed to give her care, input and support across every area of council. She will be deeply missed. Violet, 10 years.
Thank you, Shanna, for that tribute and those words. It's a very difficult day for us here in the chamber today and our community. And I now also invite the Acting Chief Executive Officer, Deborah Robinson, to address the meeting, so please remain standing.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. It is with deep sadness that I acknowledge the tragic passing of one of our valued contractors. Mr. Zachary Wilson, who is working within our parks and open space areas across our region. On the 4th of October, while conducting gardening maintenance, Zachary was involved in an incident that resulted in critical injuries from which he would never recover. He passed away at 10 a.m. on the 7th of October. Zachary was a respected team leader with one of our parks and gardens contractors. He was promoted to team leader just 2 months earlier. His colleagues describe him as positive, enthusiastic, and a true asset to his team. Our hearts go out to his fiancée Lucy and his family during this incredibly difficult time. Zachary will be greatly missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Please be seated. Councillors, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge that tomorrow, Friday, the 25th of October, marks the 20th anniversary of Day for Daniel. It is Australia's largest child safety education and awareness day, and we are all wearing a touch of red or a badge to acknowledge the Day for Daniel. Day for Daniel urges Australians to wear red in Daniel's memory, the colour Daniel Morcombe was wearing. It encourages schools, early learning centres, businesses and communities across the country to conduct child safety awareness activities and to donate to the Daniel Morcombe Foundation. I and some of my councillor colleagues will be joining Bruce and Denise Morcombe and members of the community, many members of the community, at the annual Walk for Daniel tomorrow. I remember joining in the first walk 20 years ago and have rarely missed one since because of what this means to our community extremely broadly as it touches so many. And I've also been honoured to witness the growth of the foundation over the past 2 decades. So on behalf of the Sunshine Coast community, I thank and applaud Bruce and Denise Morcombe and the Daniel Morcombe Foundation, all of the members of the board, the committees, the hundreds of volunteers, everyone involved in that organisation, for the incredible work that they do in our community and indeed all over the country, providing support and raising awareness day in, day out. Protection of our children, their safety, is the responsibility of each and every one of us, and it is something that the Daniel Morcombe Foundation has taken to everyone around the country. Their unwavering commitment to supporting vulnerable children and families and providing education and raising awareness about child safety has had a profound impact on the Sunshine Coast and beyond. So we acknowledge Day for Daniel. Councillors, I note that Councillor Hungerford is joining us via Teams today. Councillors, can I please have someone move receipt and confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 26 September? Councillor Natoli moved and seconded. Councillor Bunag. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. There is no mayoral minute today, so we'll move on to item 6. Councillors, I remind you of the requirements of the Local Government Act of 2009, which sets out how councillors' conflicts of interest are managed in local government matters. These requirements apply to how we deal with such matters at this meeting, and should you have a conflict of interest in relation to an agenda item, please raise it at the commencement of that item. Councillors, we have a procedural motion that I would now like to move. that Council allow the introduction of a new item of business into the agenda for the ordinary meeting held today on Thursday, 24 October 2024, namely item 8.10, appointment of the Chief Executive Officer of the Sunshine Coast Regional Council, to be considered last on the agenda. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Suarez. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We will consider item 8.10 last on the agenda today. Moving on to item 7.1. Councillor Landsberg, you have an award to acknowledge. I note we have Chris Leserve, Alex Levershaw, Louise Lowe, Nikki Duckworth and Danielle Burns in attendance to receive the award. Please come forward. Thank you, Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And may I'd just like to obviously address the chamber and the public in regards to the passing of our valued employees. Speaking as a councillor, as we just heard, our employees make life-changing commitments to move to this region for their family. It is a family, a council, and as myself representing Caloundra, to witness the love and the passion of our employees and the commitment to the Sunshine Coast to make it a better region. And to speak of what I'm about to now is a perfect example of the talent that we have here in council, so thank you. Today we recognise Council's achievement in winning an impressive 3 gold medals at the 2024 International Economic Development Council IEDC Excellence Awards in Denver, Colorado last month. The awards honour the economic development organisations, government entities and programs that have demonstrated consistent exemplary performance in the profession globally. When the Regional Economic Development Strategy was endorsed by Council in 2013, it outlined a vision to achieve a more diversified and resilient regional economy. Promotion of the region's benefits was needed to attract broader business investment. If all 7 high-value industries identified were to grow and prosper, the REDS was the driving force behind this. Testing Tech in Paradise, a program developed to leverage the Sunshine Coast International Broadband Cable and the Maroochydore City Centre's digital infrastructure, won gold medals in 2 categories: multimedia promotion and paid advertising campaign. Testing Tech in Paradise was created to attract new technology companies to the region and encourage existing companies to reinvest and expand. The video-led marketing campaign featured futuristic AI video avatars and generated 312 new investment leads. This marketing campaign was achieved with the skill of our local business community, such as McNeil & Co, represented by Casey McNeil here in the gallery today. Welcome. Adding to the medal haul was the Sunshine Coast Incentive Assistance Program, which won gold in the Recovery, Resilience and Mitigation category for its role in rebuilding the local economy after the COVID-19 downturn. The program stimulated economic recovery by accelerating large shovel-ready projects in our region. While economic development led, this program was an amazing example of many branches working together across council to achieve regional benefits. Outcomes included 5 completed projects as of the 30th of June 2023, with a total economic impact for the region of $412 million and almost 1,300 new jobs generated, and a further 12 projects still underway. And examples of local businesses who benefited under the program included Vantage Homes, Quick Corp, Zone RV and Country Chef. Congratulations to the team here today, obviously represented by Alex, Louise, Danielle and Nikki, and Chris on the end there. They're the most awarded investment team in Australia at any level of government, which is an amazing achievement.
Oh,
the Sunshine Coast community want to be seen as an investment destination of choice for smart, innovative and tech-based businesses, not just to create jobs, but careers for our region's youth. And that has really probably one of the reasons why our beloved Tanya Esser wanted to move here and give her children a wonderful future. So a round of applause and congratulations. And may I say, I did have a speech about 6 or 7 minutes long, but it actually was trimmed down, so...
We want to see the whole of Alex for the photo.
Councillor Landsberg, would you like to move a motion to note receipt of the presentation? Thank you, Councillor Landsberg, and seconded Councillor Natoli. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Moving on to item 8.1, Sunshine Coast Community Strategy Annual Report 23-24. Welcome, Ms Forrest, to provide a presentation. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors and Sunshine Coast community members. It's my pleasure this morning to present the Sunshine Coast Community Strategy Annual Report for 23-24 for your consideration today. The Sunshine Coast Community Strategy was adopted by Council in November 2019 and provides the long-term direction for how Council and the community will work together to advance our shared goal of achieving a strong community by 2041. The community strategy is complemented by a 5-year community strategy action plan, which contains a suite of actions that have been implemented by Council and our partners to 2024. The Community Strategy Annual Report is Council's 4th annual report on this community strategy and the final report on the 5-year action plan. It draws together a range of data, stories and insights to highlight and celebrate the valuable work achieved over the past year to deliver on the community strategy priorities in collaboration and advocacy with our community partners. We also continue to track progress across the 5 outcome areas. Some great initiatives and achievements have been achieved, and I'm really proud to be able to present some of the key highlights to you this morning. I'd like to acknowledge the excellent work undertaken by a number of branches: community development, sport and community venues, arts, heritage and libraries, Brisbane 2032, transport network management, parks and gardens and urban growth projects. I'd also like to pay recognition to my team members, notably Chantel Kensler and her team, who are in the gallery today, who have worked across my branch and the organisation to develop the Community Strategy Annual Report. Outcome 1, Healthy Active Communities. The Healthy Sunshine Coast program continues to offer an holistic range of health and wellbeing activities for all ages and abilities. It has enjoyed strong membership growth with close to 5,000 registered members at the end of June 2024. There are over 60 regular health and wellbeing activities offered across the region, facilitated by more than 30 providers. A survey conducted earlier this year showed very positive feedback on the program, with 87% of participants indicating that their health and wellbeing had improved since commencing the program, and 93% indicated that the lower costs of classes had enabled them to participate in activities that might normally be beyond their means. It's also been very important for personal connection. Council continued working on the Games Legacy with our Sunshine Coast Legacy Community Reference Group and Games delivery partners to develop the Brisbane 2032 Legacy Strategy, Elevate 2042. A funding commitment of almost $300 million by the Queensland and Australian governments in May this year signalled the largest ever investment in community sporting infrastructure for the region. The successful Ride Score program encouraging active and safe transport to and from school was run in 11 schools with 2,156 students participating. Over the past year, our Sunshine Coast beaches had over 7 million visitors, with 660 rescues performed by lifeguards on our beaches. Council's strong partnership with Surf Lifesaving Queensland continues, with Council endorsing a new 5-year agreement. A new lifeguard service commenced at Happy Valley Beach, and increased services have been delivered in Boccarina, Bundeena, Coolum North, Maroochydore Rivermouth, Majimba and Markula. The Accessible Beaches program has also been extended to include Dickey Beach. Volunteers continue to make a positive impact, with over 1,200 volunteers collectively removing 583 kilos of rubbish from 22 beaches across the region. Outcome 2, vibrant communities. We've delivered active and vibrant community, cultural and sporting venues through programming, events and activations in our libraries, gallery, historic houses, aquatic centres, community venues, sporting venues and the Sunshine Coast Stadium. We've successfully delivered and activated 2 new community spaces, Altitude 9 and Community CoLab at City Hall. Enhancements have been made to a range of sporting and community places and spaces, including the North Arm Park Playground upgrade, Nambour Yandina United Football Clubhouse upgrade, the upgrade of Stage 1 of Kawana Aquatic Centre. Earthworks have commenced at Honey Farm Sports and Recreation Precinct. And construction works have also commenced at Caloundra for a new library, multi-purpose community spaces and corporate spaces. Our library services have continued to thrive, with an 11% increase in visitors across 9 branches, a 9% increase in volunteer hours and 20% increase at attendance at early literacy sessions. Outcome 3, inclusive communities. Actions under Council's Innovate Reconciliation Plan were finalised, and the development of a stretch reconciliation plan has commenced. Targeted engagement has been undertaken across the community with key First Nations stakeholders to inform the RAP and continue to strengthen relationships with traditional custodian groups and the broader First Nations community. Adoption of the All Abilities Action Plan was a key highlight in November 2023. This plan is all around improving access and inclusion across the region for people with a disability. It is a powerful representation of ways that we can work with people with lived experience to create meaningful actions and directions and outcomes with our community. We've also reinforced our commitment to cultural diversity and inclusion by becoming a member of the Welcoming Cities Network. Engagement has occurred across council branches and teams to examine current cultural diversity and inclusion practices as aligned to the National Welcoming Cities Standard. Sorry, go back. The inaugural Young Leaders Academy was launched to nurture a generation of young leaders to work towards positive community change through participatory leadership. And I'd like to acknowledge Nathaniel and Amron, who are in our gallery today, who have been part of our Young Leaders program for this year. Endorsement and delivery of the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan in July 2023 reinforced Council's commitment to facilitating affordable and diverse housing options and building capacity to respond to homelessness and support community-led initiatives. The Lived Experience Inclusion Project was developed and facilitated by Council in partnership with Caloundra Community Centre, Nambour Community Centre and The Shack to elevate and amplify the voices of people with lived experience of living and lived experience of homelessness in decisions, responses and solutions that impact them. The project aims to raise awareness and deepen understanding of the impacts and causes of homelessness, as well as improve policy and practice responses and solutions. The Lived Experience Inclusion Project was a finalist in the 2024 Local Government Managers Queensland Awards for Excellence in the Innovation category. The use of lived experience to develop key messages and at the same time help individuals rediscover their self-worth is proved to be very rewarding, and you just need to have a look at Ian's story in the report to see how beneficial this project has been. Outcome 4, connected and resilient communities. Council remains strong in its commitment to preventing domestic and family violence and building a deeper understanding and awareness in our community. We've maintained collaborative partnerships with community partners and across Council to raise awareness and understanding of domestic and family violence prevention. The annual Candlelight Vigil and March, held in partnership with Centrecare at Cotton Tree, was incredibly powerful. 39 new projects were launched on the Have Your Say online community engagement platform, and we've continued to work to embed better practice community engagement. Our community grants program continues to deliver funding that supports and enables community groups to deliver sustainable community-led initiatives in response to community needs and aligned to our corporate priorities. $5.28 million was awarded through 1,071 grants for projects, events and partnerships last financial year. We've successfully delivered the We Recover Better Together project, funded by state and federal governments in 5 hinterland communities in Glasshouse Country. This project focused on the community being at the centre of disaster recovery and resilience, and the importance of building social connections and neighbourhood street level connections to call on in times of need. The Think Change Travel Behaviour Change program has continued with programs to reduce car use and encourage staff and residents to choose sustainable travel options. Work has also commenced to develop a new active transport plan. Outcome 5, creative, innovative communities. Council endorsed the Sunshine Coast Creative Arts Plan 2023 to 2038 in August last year, following a review and update of the previous plan to ensure continued growth and strengthening of our local arts sector. There's been successful delivery of a range of creative and cultural events and programs, as well as ongoing sector development activities. More than 740 employment opportunities for local artists and art workers were provided through projects supported by the plan, including 167 First Nation artists. The annual delivery of the Horizon Festival was another success, with over 25,000 attendees recorded across 168 events at 27 locations. We've had numerous signature heritage programs delivered as part of the National Trust's Australian Heritage Festival at Bankfoot House and Landsborough Museum, resulting in a 19% increase in visitation at our heritage facilities. So overall, a fantastic year. This report seeks endorsement of the officer recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, can I have a mover for the item, Councillor Law, and a seconder, Councillor Bunnag? Councillor Law, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, Kerry, the whole community development team. Thank you for sharing and providing a report that demonstrates the astonishing work that the council and all of its employees, in one way or another, along with the whole community, achieve for our region. It would be easy to spend the rest of the day discussing, considering and reviewing what has been achieved in our community to work towards an inclusive community for everybody. No matter your background, where you come from, whether you're a local or a new resident, to be able to enjoy this incredible place we all call home. You don't leave much to share, but have a look at the report, because the way it's put together tells stories. And storytelling for a millennia, for thousands upon thousands of years, is the way that communities come together and share and build better futures, celebrating the past that has gone before. And that's what we've got happening here, and it's really good. And I too will acknowledge the Young Leaders Academy members who are here today and thank them for what they do to provide leadership for young people to develop incredible projects. For example, the Rewired Youth and Mental Health Conference earlier this year, last year, October last year, a year ago, goodness. What an incredible event that was. But the most important thing to draw from that, it was developed and designed by young people, for young people, to provide a really meaningful and positive day to help them on their journey to become the next leaders and the next citizens of this amazing place. And I thank them, and I look forward to the work of the new Academy as we go into the next year and deliver the next action plan. But we'll have more of that later. So we don't have actually all day to reminisce and enjoy what has been done. But the Youth Academy is an outstanding example of when you read the stories and you look through what happens, it's about the lived experience, or it's about working with the community who know what it is to have that life journey. Whether it's the Multicultural Action Group, whether it's the First Nation partnerships, whether it's the work we do with the community and mental health organisations, and the astonishing work that has been done to demystify and de-fear what it is to be a homeless person today. In a strong, wealthy, vibrant society, it is puzzling that we have homelessness at all. But it is encouraging that we have reached out to people who are currently living homeless or have recently lived in a homeless situation, whether that's couch surfing, rough sleeping, in a tent or some other temporary structure. But we are actually working with them to understand the life journey of how you might become homeless and the things that you need while you are homeless that will make a difference in your life. And then how might you get out of that homeless situation and move on to something else? And there are a series of videos. There's Ian's story in our annual report, which is one of many that came to light through this work. And it's actually formed a new organisation called Street Up. And that says the story. It's about people living on the streets, whatever that version of streets is, parks, gardens, riverbanks, whatever place of safety they can find to survive. I'm truly grateful for the incredible work Council has done, the Nambour Community Centre, Caloundra Community Centre, the Shack. Again, another incredibly long list of organisations, people and individuals who all contribute to make a huge difference for this most vulnerable sector in our community. And I thank them, and I know that we have got far too much work left to do to continue making a difference. And I know that that will include young people who, for whatever reason, have nowhere to call home. And I hope through our Youth Academy, we can again develop scenarios, and they will develop scenarios that will help their community of young people. It's really exciting to know that having completed all of the actions of the Innovate RAP, we've started our work on a stretch RAP. And there are very few organisations that actually get to that level of developing a stretch RAP with their community. I can't actually think of another organisation anywhere who's done that. I know there will be, but for our council to be there, we are doing well. So I commend this report to you. And as an example, Kate Baker came to the coast, 8 years old, loved swimming at Nambour Pool, and is now the manager there. So have a look at the report, and I urge your support today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Dixon.
Good morning. Firstly, congratulations to the staff, because there's a reason why this report was first. You just read through the report and see how many things council's doing from a social point of view. And again, I think that's what people wake up for every day. That's the experience they want. It's the things that impact people's lives. That matters more than anything, more than building buildings and cities and bridges and roads. It's about people. And I think Councillor Law spoke very well about that. One project that I actually wanted to talk on today that I've followed for some time is the Ride Score project. And in fact, we've actually seen it launch recently at Palmview. So in a new residential community at our Palmview and Harmony and Village Green, we've got a project where young people are now walking, cycling, scooting, however they can to school. And it's a program that this council has delivered. I think we've delivered to 11 other schools on the coast. But I want to talk about the importance, because right now, one issue that I continually hear about, we all hear about, is traffic. We all hear about traffic, we hear about building more roads. Well, can I put a challenge to us in the fact that I think we need to actually look at this a bit differently. And when I see younger people in the community getting to school, I think pedestrians and cyclists and people on scooters should have priority. We should start to reverse engineer and look at our communities and make it easier for people to walk and cycle and get to their destination. Now, people might say that's unpopular, but I think first and foremost, we need to make our communities safer. And the Ride Score project is very much about that. And for those following at home, you'll remember that councillors with staff voted on changes to the public transport levy to help build in important infrastructure around, aged care facilities, schools, those places where it's very important to get safer access. So what I want to talk on today is really about, I guess, the re-energisation of us taking focus on putting people first. And not just about people in cars, but people that are out and about. Because if I hear it once, if I hear it twice, if I hear it 10 times a week, it's about pedestrian safety and getting people safely to where they want to be. And I want us to take that as a bit of a challenge for this term. Too often I think we look at how important it is to build roads and put vehicles first, but I think we need to start to do something a bit different. And the reason I say this today is because in recent survey work we've done, it actually says that residents believe 5.3 out of 10, that's the score, that they can get to services relatively easy. But it says 4.4 out of 10 for their actual access to public transport. So that's actually telling us that we're probably seeing this trend down, and we're actually lower, I believe, on the Australian averages. This is quite low. So I reckon it's a bit of a challenge for this council. We've done really well in this space. And I was at a meeting with Councillor Ted and Councillor Joe recently about improved cycleways that are going to link from Councillor Ted's area through mine into Mooloolaba. They're the kind of projects I think we really should be pushing hard on, because they're going to improve safety and, in my view, get cars off the road, which we need to do. Anyway, I just wanted to talk on that today because I know the team are looking for as much support as they can. And in terms of the other work that's being done, fantastic. I must admit, looking around my area now and seeing the multicultural, diverse, positive attitude happening in Division 6, it's fantastic. And I know it's attributed to a lot of this work that the team are doing, because people are telling me they feel safe, they feel part of the community. And I love hearing that. How good is that message to get? Thank you for your time, and again, fully support all the work the team are doing. Well done.
Thank you. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I'd also like to thank you, Kerry, and the team for the amazing work that you've done, and not just the community development team, but all the teams across council who have been involved in this. Councillor Law touched on quite a lot of the areas that I think are important to emphasise, but I guess when we talked about the nature of community, I think it's important that we actually share the stories of people, particularly through their own voices, not just through our own reflections. So I just wanted to read out, for the benefit of people listening online, Ian's story, which I thought was a profound one to share today. My name is Ian. I moved to the Sunshine Coast in 2000 and I worked around the area as a carpenter. In 2005, after an accident at work, I damaged one of my eyes and went blind in that eye. A little while later, I slipped on some rocks while fishing and cracked a couple of vertebrae. I had nerve damage, I was unable to work, depressed, using drugs for my pain. My marriage broke down. I couldn't see my daughter. My dad passed away. My mum died a year later, and my younger brother a year after that. This was my transition to homelessness. They were difficult times. Very few people I've met made a conscious choice to become homeless. They have been injured, unable to work, had a marriage breakdown, depression, difficulty finding accommodation, their rent goes up, they are experiencing domestic violence. There is a stigma attached to being homeless, and there's a fear in part of the community about homeless people. Sometimes it might be justified, sometimes it isn't. Everybody's a human being. We all have compassion and an understanding within us. Now I'm transitioning out of homelessness. I'm living in a unit. I'm doing a little bit of work. I volunteer in the community. I'm thinking of going back to finishing my degree. I'm doing stuff like Street Up, a group where we publicly share our stories of homelessness to raise awareness. This project has been good for my mental health as I feel valued. I feel like I'm contributing to something important. It has enabled me to connect with other people and help lift up some people too, which has given me some meaning and purpose to my days. We have received positive feedback that perceptions and policies have changed, which may aid those who are enduring periods of homelessness. I didn't know sharing our lived experience would have such an effect. That's Ian's story, and I wanted to share it today because there are thousands and thousands of stories littered throughout this annual report, but Ian's story in particular touched me on the basis that homelessness doesn't have any particular demographic. It has a certain stigma attached to it, and we have a lot of work to do as a community to push those boundaries down. And if I can quote what Ian said at the recent Street Up launch, we have to think bigger picture and think beyond what's just in front of us, but look at what is around us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. Just rise to say thanks again to Kerry, Chantel, Brenton, Amy. Appreciate all the work, appreciate the amount of time that goes into this. But mostly I actually want to just say thank you for making something that's truly intangible tangible. One of the difficulties and the challenges we have any time is that community is not something that's readily seen. You can't actually stand back at the end of a day and go, oh yeah, I've built community. It's not a tangible physical thing that you actually stand back and admire, but it's actually something that's sown through the fabric of a community. So because of that, it's an incredibly fragile space, and it's really easy space to just discard and to hand away because it's actually not obvious. You can't stand in front of it. So for us as political people, you might like to stand in front of things and get your photo with it. We can't do that with our community stuff. And so this document is actually a real testament that actually what is intangible across our region can be seen, and it can be really, really robust. And we can actually see the impacts of that. And so it is actually not an insignificant thing to take a moment to highlight and to recognise the intense work that's happening. That's not just through us as a council, but it's actually all through our communities. This is a document, this is actually a strategy that's delivered in partnership with our community. This is not the sole place of council to deliver it. And so I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Kerry. Thanks, Chantel, Brenton and Amy for sharing the stories, as Taylor's shared, but also for just bringing what is intangible into the tangible. And I wholly support it. And also want to just say, Christian, you and I should go riding sometime and do jumps, because I'm all for better active transport, mate. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Burns. We won't be having any of those jumps, thank you. We'll be staying safe. Thank you. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, pump track in Coolum. I'll see you boys there. Just wanted to say this is our annual report, so it's basically taking the strategy, and instead of just having a document that sits on the shelf and gathers dust, it's actually the work that's undertaken as a result of that strategy. It's walking the talk. And Councillor Law spoke so beautifully about all of the work that has been done, and we could be here all day because it's an enormous achievement. And even when you have a look at the start of the report, all of the actions that are undertaken here basically reflect 12 of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So it shows how important the work is, not only for our community here, but how important it is globally. So congratulations to the team, and just last shout out to the youth leaders in the room here, calling out Councillor Bunnag, who used to be a youth leader back in the day, a long, long time ago. So this could be your future one day. So thank you for all the work that you do, and thank you to all the community who also participate and help deliver these elements as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Is there anyone else? No, I'd like to echo the sentiments of all of the speakers. That's been wonderful. Councillor Law, would you like to close?
I would actually, if I may. And I want to thank my colleagues for sharing the things that stood out and mattered to you and to your communities. And echo the comments of Tim that it's really hard to touch and feel and see and photograph this stuff. But we've got a lot of plans that help us identify what it is. We've got the All Abilities Action Plan completed this last year, the Creative Arts Plan created this year, and the Think Change Active Transport Plan. These are all things that sit underneath our community strategy that help us get a grasp on that intangible stuff so that we can focus and make it a reality. And one of the important things that we need those plans, and we need to find that more tangible thing, is because then we can assign some dollars to it. And without the dollars, it makes it hard for us to increase and build the Right School program, to work with the homeless people on and create with them something that's now called Street Up. And it will take on a life of its own. And council steps back and we can look at the next group while that group goes on into their community and does the community element of the community strategy. It's not just about council's going to do this for you. No, we're not. We're going to work with you and make great things happen. October is Mental Health Month. And again, we engage with amazing organisations out there who, through their work, are getting conversations to happen, because good mental health starts with a chat. Whether you're a toddler and you're just starting to speak, or you're in aged care or palliative care at the other end of life, having a chat is so important for your well-being and your mental health. And I was really happy and excited to be involved with the Silver Fox Initiative on that very project this month. It was brilliant. And again, for our young people, thank you. And not only could you get to be a real leader in your community, or you could become a councillor in your community, or you could take on the lead of 2 Nambour High School students. One was Kevin Rudd, who went on to be the 26th Prime Minister of this country, and his offsider, Wayne Swan, who became the Treasurer. You will become our future leaders, and thank you for stepping up now. I commend this report.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillors, I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. We will now move on to item 8.2, and Ms Forrest, you're also presenting this next item, so over to you now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So good morning again, Madam Mayor, councillors and the Sunshine Coast community members. I'm excited to present the Refresh Community Strategy for your consideration today. The Community Strategy is one of Council's 3 regional strategies, and these regional strategies outline important priorities for our region related to our environment, our economy and our community. The Sunshine Coast Council has had a community strategy or a social strategy for almost 10 years, and the current strategy was endorsed in 2019. The community strategy provides a long-term framework outlining how the Sunshine Coast Community and Council work together to advance our shared goal of a strong community through to 2041. The community have told us that a strong community is healthy and active, vibrant, inclusive, connected and resilient, and innovative and creative. The community strategy provides the strategic pathways towards a future where together we thrive. We thrive through connection with people, places and spaces, and where we stay true to our values as a welcoming, caring and vibrant community with opportunities for all to participate. Council cannot achieve the goal of a strong community alone. We all have a role to play in building a strong and thriving Sunshine Coast community. The community strategy sets out the principles and methods about how we do this. As a community, we will partner and collaborate, take collective action and advocate together. We encourage and cultivate active participation. We invest in and support community-led initiatives. It also outlines a clear approach to how we measure and report on our progress. Over the past 18 months, council officers have worked to review and refresh the community strategy and develop a new list of actions that council will work on over the next 5 years. And I'd really like to acknowledge some of my staff in the gallery today, particularly Chantel Kensler and Brenton Doyle, who have led this important and excellent piece of work. This refresh project has involved extensive engagement with members of the Sunshine Coast community, stakeholders and council team members, which is demonstrated on the diagram. The most important and significant engagement was undertaken over an 8-week period in April-May last year. The purpose of that stage of engagement was to understand current community priorities. These are challenges and opportunities that impact the strength of our communities. Around 1,850 residents and Sunshine Coast stakeholders provided input on these challenges and opportunities. Further community stakeholder engagement was undertaken during stage 2 and 3 of the project. And around 500 community members provided input into the third and final phase of the refresh project, with broad community engagement undertaken during May and June this year to gather feedback on the draft refreshed strategy. These are some photos I'd like to share with you from our various engagement activities, including a community forum held in May 2023. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the hundreds of Sunshine Coast community members who contributed their knowledge, experience and ideas to the refresh community strategy. Your input was valuable, it was insightful and comprehensive, and we really appreciate the time that you were involved. Community engagement identified 5 broad priorities for our community related to the community strategy. These are housing and homelessness support, community facilities, transport, cost of living, connection and inclusion. The refreshed community strategy has a renewed focus on these 5 community priorities, plus a whole range of other specific refinements and updates based on the engagement. The refresh strategy includes distinct topics on housing and homelessness, support, transport and community places and spaces to make it easier to locate the content about these important priorities. It also includes commentary about community challenges such as climate change, population growth and quality of life. The refresh strategy also more appropriately highlights the importance of First Nations reconciliation, mental health, social connection and activities for young people. These are important elements of a strong community and have been made more visible in the refreshed strategy. The refresh strategy retains our vision, together we thrive, and the goal, a strong community, that were in the existing strategy. However, these have been expanded and made more implicit and prioritised at the start of the document. A narrative vision has been included which aims to better articulate what our ideal future might look and feel like. The refresh strategy also better links our goal of a strong community to the 5 outcome areas and 10 topics. The simplified structure is supported by the introduction of the 10 topics within the strategy so that readers can skip to sections that they are most interested in. The refresh strategy has also simplified and clearly stated the measures and targets that the council and community will use to track progress. This graphic shows the 12 measures that we will use, including the overarching main measure, we live in a strong community. These measures are underpinned by Council's Community Connections Survey, which is undertaken every 1 to 2 years, subject to ongoing funding. The refresh strategy includes actions for Council to implement over the next 5 years, as well as suggestions for actions that community members can take. Some of the examples are shown on the slide. There are 50 actions for Council to implement in the refresh strategy, and Council actions have been written to be shorter and more focused on actions that can be completed. And our community actions were gathered through ideas that came forward as part of the community engagement. This report seeks endorsement of the officer recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, can I have someone to move? Councillor Law, seconder, Councillor Bunnag. Thank you. Councillor Law.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Kerry, the team. It has been an amazing piece of work over 18 months or more to review, to understand what has worked really well from the community strategy as it was launched in 2019. And we've just heard the most recent annual report at the conclusion of the 5-year plan that went with the original launch in 2019. And it has been an incredible strategy that has achieved so much in our community and for our community. The refresh was very, very broad in its scope of input internally of the organisation and also externally in the community to bring together the widest range of views and opinions and building on the lived experience. When we had around 100 people in the room, I think in May of last year, I actually think almost everyone who you could find, or every group of people that you could find on the coast, was in that room providing input into this story. And that did include people who needed to bring their dog with them. There weren't any dog fights, fortunately, but if you needed to bring your dog, they were there too. Now, 18 months or so later, we have a new refreshed strategy. And again, it's really important to note that this is for us all to work on, the council and the community, the businesses and the organisations that create our economy. We all work together to build a strong, vibrant, thriving, successful community. And when we work together and collaborate on that, as we just heard in our annual report, we achieve incredible things. And we will continue to work with our young people through the Youth Academy. And through the Youth Academy, we'll expand that far further into our community. The Ride Score programme helps us work with our schools in the community. And it also helps us work on our active transport, and we will continue to develop and grow those programs. But it's really important that we build on the work of our community as we reflect that in this strategy. We've given better understanding of our vision and goals. We've still kept it easy to read and easy to access. We have 5 outcomes that we'll be working on through 10 different topics. And within the strategy comes another 5-year plan integrated so that we can deliver on the 50 actions noted in that plan. And as we've already heard, they are easy to understand and easy to follow so that we will know when these intangible, difficult things to grasp and hold are actually worked on, delivered and achieved within our community. Again, I feel there is so much that we could say and things that we can focus on. But one of the things that really pleases and gives me hope and optimism is that in the 5 key areas found through that consultation, there isn't one where it says we've got to focus on our safety and we feel scared in our community. It's not there. In the survey, we had over 8.6% of people say that they feel safe. That is really good. And we will continue to work on the other areas that will help build our community And it will enable our community to connect and be together and work together because we do feel safe. And particularly, again, sorry guys, focusing on the young again, because that is the important part of our community, and I'm delighted that you're here. But you've got to keep us old people accountable, because I remember being young, and I remember being blamed for everything that was wrong in the world. And that was in the days of the Ramones and the Sex Pistols and the Saints. You know, and they challenged our community and our society through their creative expression and outlet. But we got tarred. The young people, that was the problem. That's where all the wrong was done. And things were out of control because of the young people. But not so. And you being here today demonstrates that. The young people are our future, and we need to stop blaming them, and we need to find ways to work with them to create really strong, powerful communities. Because without the young people, we got nothing. And there's actually no point us doing anything here at all if we're not doing it for the young people. So, we need you. Please embrace this journey and let us all work together from the youngest people forward, not from the oldest end looking backwards and tut-tutting.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just continuing on the theme of the Young Leaders Academy, I just wanted to acknowledge you both being here and thank you. And Councillor Law, I want to reflect on what you've said. These aren't future leaders, they're current leaders in our community. You know, they are leading by example just by showing up today and participating in this process called democracy. And one of the things that I'm very big Kev excited about, if Kerry's excited, I'm big Kev excited about this, is that we are developing a youth action plan which the Young Leaders Academy is going to actually play a part in. And I think it's really important that when we talk about this concept of young people, that we actually take, you know, the lessons and the feedback from young people about what they want to see, because we are constantly hearing a range of feedback in our community when it comes to community consultation from a very small and narrow window of people in our community. And the Young Leaders Academy is about broadening that base of ideas, of values and aspirations to be truly inclusive of what the Sunshine Coast is all about. So I'm very excited to see the work that the next Young Leaders Academy will be doing to actually create that youth action plan, because that's been a part of Council's strategies that has been missing. So I want to acknowledge you both for being here today. And Councillor Suarez made reference to you might end up in here. Well, you only end up in here if you make bad decisions, all right? So keep making good ones and you'll stay outside.
Hang on a minute.
There are a couple of other things that I want to touch on, but before I go on, I just want to acknowledge the work that Kerry and Chantel and the team have done in creating this, and Greg as well, given that this is in your portfolio. I want to acknowledge the work that you've done in putting this together. This was done well before I was elected to council in terms of what it's been able to do, but I am very invested in this as the portfolio councillor, and so invested that I wanted to touch on some things that we are actually doing right now that we said we were going to do as part of this strategy. So one of the things was around transport and actually developing more active transport pathways, as Councillor Dixon said. And yesterday I was very, very excited to publicly announce that we have been able to secure $1.2 million in funding to build a much needed link along South Coolum Road, which I know is going to send the ride store count at Coolum State School absolutely through the roof. Councillor Suarez, we're coming for you in terms of how many kids are coming from Division 8 to that school by cycling and by using their scooters. So I'm really excited by that, and that is something that we said that we were going to do as a council as part of this strategy. And I think it demonstrates to people in the community that when they see the action items that we have in this document and this strategy, that we are intent on delivering them. And I think that is very important. The second thing that I wanted to call out and make an acknowledgement of is in regards to the topic around housing and homelessness. And I'm extremely proud of the work that this council has done before I got here in terms of being able to deliver 22 affordable homes in Marcoola on 11 different vacant blocks of land that have sat there empty since 1995. You know, if you ever wanted a demonstration of our commitment to fixing and addressing the homelessness crisis that we have on the Sunshine Coast, you don't have to look any further than the work that our acting CEO, Deborah Robinson, and her team, led by Wendy Gleeson, have done in that space. You know, we just had a report released by Anglicare Australia recently, which showed that vacancy rates across the entire nation, 0.9% of all vacancy rates at that time were deemed as being affordable for key workers. And that's what this project in Maroochydore is all about. It's about delivering affordable housing for workers so that they can afford to live on the Sunshine Coast. And we said we were going to do something about that as part of this strategy, and I'm very, very proud of the work that this council has done, and I look forward to being able to help work in partnership with our staff and the community to deliver this project over the next few months. The last thing that I want to say is that the changing nature of volunteering is very pronounced, I think, in our community at the moment. The strategy makes reference to the fact that between 2016, we had 20% of people roughly volunteering in our community, and that in 2021 had dropped away to 15.7%. And I suspect that, you know, with the new census data that we'll see coming out in the next few years, that we'll also see a little bit of a further reduction in terms of volunteering. So we have to, as a council, grapple with the way that we are now going to be working with our community. It's not necessarily through formal volunteering channels. It's about people being good citizens and participating in things like the clean-up for the hatchlings, or coming along and participating in a street-up launch and understanding what there is to be said. So my message to the community is that while we have so many great projects and so many great items that we'll be working through as action items, we have to do it together. We have to do it as partners, and I look forward to seeing this come to life over the next few years.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I also want to congratulate Kerry and the team for the work that you do, and I want to thank you also for bringing in a refreshed strategy that is a lot easier to read and understand. And I think one of the clear things for any community is really to understand what a strategy is. I mean, the old saying is you can take a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can have a strategy that's fantastic, but if the community are not engaged, then we can't do any more. And, you know, it is our role, I suppose, to develop that strategy and to be able to lead our community. I think out of the 5 priorities for me, the connected and inclusion one is the most important, because all the others will just fall in place. Our community, as Councillor Tim mentioned, is such a diverse community and made up, and it's really hard to understand how it all comes together. But it all comes down to the individual, how engaged, how willing, how kind and caring, how committed they are to being actually part of a community. And I remember years ago when I was involved in Mooloolaba, had all the banks leave, and 6 months later I went to the branch managers and I said, is there any way that we can actually get you to come back into Mooloolaba, because it had changed the whole dynamics and foot traffic and so forth. And they said, well, the figures show that people haven't left the bank. So the message to them was that collectively people were rewarding them for a decision of taking a service away from them. And I've always thought that people don't understand the power of the individual. The individuals can make such a huge difference to our lives and how they connect with other people. But it also takes the individual to make that decision, to be able to be involved, committed, caring, and inclusive. And if we had lots of people in our community doing that, we would have a thriving, such a dynamic community that would then take up this strategy and really deliver it. And so my message to people out there in our community is that, you know, we need to take responsibilities, because if we want to live in a really wonderful place, we have an incredible natural environment, but the part that makes our community such an important and livable place is the people that are involved. And so I urge people to do that. There's been a lot of talk, and wonderful to see our young people involved, and yes, they are our future. But I want to call out and shout out one person. I'm sure he won't mind me mentioning his name. His name is Jeff Clark. Jeff is a retired person who's so caring, so committed. He wants to deliver affordable housing for young people. And his comments are that his generation have let the young people down. And so I want to also focus on the enormous capacity that we still have that sit in retirement villages and older people who can contribute and can make that difference. But it takes people like Jeff who are not asked to do it, but it's because they want to. The individual person that chooses to do it is such an important thing. And if we can find a way of being able to make that happen, that this strategy will just deliver so much for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. Do actually concur, Joe, with the readability of this document. Really big credit to you, Brenton. Like, I know that the amount of time that's been spent into actually writing and rewriting and the number of iterations is actually quite astounding. And it is actually, I think it would really be, it serves us with really good direction for how our reports and our council documentation can be considered into the future, I think, because there is something that makes it very tangible. I did want to particularly just speak to the idea around our inclusion and our diversity and that sense of belonging that we seek to have. The measures actually in this action plan talk about 84% currently believe that it's a good thing, or actually agree that it's a good thing that a community is culturally diverse, and I think that's a really great starting point. What I love about the new Refresh action plan, though, is it outlines clearly what council's responsibility is in terms of delivering towards that, and towards actually seeing 90% of our community acknowledging that a community is better when it's more diverse. But it outlines council's actions within that, and it also gives really great ideas for community to actually deliver on that same goal. To me, that's just a stunning idea. In terms of actually us as a community, we're often being reflected on as a very Anglo kind of community. We've traditionally been recognised as a very white kind of space. But we've actually got people who are born in over 170 different countries who live here on the coast. We have 110 different languages spoken here on the Sunshine Coast. We have over 20% of our population born somewhere else than Australia. It's really quite a significant thing. And to me, it fills me with joy, because I know that actually as we as a region continue to grow in terms of our understanding and our welcome to people from diverse cultures, we as a community become richer for it. Just this week, a number of the councillors were attending the Local Government Association of Queensland conference down in Brisbane. It was based in the exhibition centre there at South Brisbane on the border of West End. If you want to actually engage in a part of our state which is diverse, where there's this myriad of things that we can go and do and see and eat particularly, that is a great example. So often we just think of inclusion and diversity as the good food we get to eat, and that our multicultural communities bring a diversity of that, and they do, and we're grateful for it. I love it. But they actually bring different perspectives. They bring different ideas. They bring an imagination that we might not actually have without them. That will strengthen us, and that will set us up as a region for a future that we probably don't understand yet. And so I just really love this, the new Refresh, Kerry. I really do applaud the work that Chantel and Brenton and Amy have done, and I'm really keen to see the video stories that will be on the back of this. So to our community, for the 5 people who love watching live stream, watch out for these videos. These are going to be 6, I think, different videos exploring different people's expression of this document, and I think that is actually one of the gifts that we have. So thank you, fully support this, and I'm really excited to see how we can deliver on this action plan over the next 5 years to make this community really thrive. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. There are more than 5, thank you, watching online and who watch later, so more than that, when we welcome all of them. And yes, thriving through connections, so very important with that inclusive community. Councillor Law, would you like to close?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes. I hope that we're going to achieve support and endorsement of this today, because otherwise we don't get to see those videos. I'm not sure what we'll do with them, and I do recommend we get to see them. But more importantly, if we can deliver this strategy out to the community and invite them to continue the journey with us to create an amazing community here on the Sunshine Coast. And to the people who've arrived here over the last 5 years, since we launched this strategy in 2020, then here is your toolkit to engage in community, to work with us, to make and to continue to build a wonderful place to call home. Thank you very much, and I hope for support today.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Okay, I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. We will get to see those videos and we can all look forward to that along with members of our community. So thank you. Thank you, Ms Forrest. And we move now to item 8.3. And we welcome Mr Laserve to present this item. Hello, welcome Mr Laserve.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
It is.
Right, good morning, Madam Mayor, good morning, councillors. Here today to present to you the annual report for the Regional Economic Development Strategy. First of all, I should probably just acknowledge I've only been in the role for 6 months of that prior financial year, so I do want to sort of just acknowledge Andy Eves-Brown, who was in my role beforehand, and certainly sort of some of the credit should go to him for delivering some exceptional outcomes. And certainly you saw a small glimpse today with the awards that were provided through, in particular to the international team. You know, from my perspective, they're hyper committed to delivering economic change here within the region. So very pleased to sort of see them get the awards and the recognition today. Without sort of sharing too much, there will be more news in that sort of space in the coming days. In terms of today's discussion, what did sort of take you back to 2013 when the REDS was first sort of put in place? The economy here was in a very different sort of space. We had a gross regional product at just over $13 billion. We had just over 59,000 people working in our high value industries. And probably one of the starkest sort of figures from my perspective, you know, we had a below state average wage of 22%. So that really sort of shines a light on what the economy was like only 10 years ago. It was in a very different state from where it is today. At that point in time, a range of objectives were set 20 years ahead. We had an aspiration to grow to $33 billion by 2033. We wanted to secure over 100,000 jobs within those high value industries. We wanted to make sure that actually we were above the state average when it came to income levels, and we wanted to make sure that we were exporting more out of the region. So where are we at the back end of the last financial year? We're at close to a $24 billion economy. So around about $10 billion, $1 billion added to the economy each year from 2013. As you can sort of see from the high values industries perspective, we've more than exceeded the target substantially earlier than what was forecast. And I think that just goes to the rapid transformation that's underway. But I think what's really important from that figure in particular is we're growing in the right sectors. We're growing in the industries that we really want to grow in. And I think that's a really important statistic. Again, and one that I think certainly really resonates with me as a measure as to sort of how we're changing the economy here. You can sort of see that whilst we're still below the state average from an income level, that gap has been substantially closed. You know, so it's gone from 22% below to just under 5% at this point in time, and we're working very hard to sort of make sure that that continues to move in the right direction. and we're exporting more out of the region. And that's a really important figure because, again, that means that more of the companies here are servicing markets outside of this region and therefore are able to grow because they are servicing those external markets. So it's been a very good journey to date. I think a lot of hard work has gone into delivering some substantial sort of transformational outcomes. I probably don't have to tell people in the room, Maroochydore CBD, the Sunshine Coast looked very different 10 years ago. You didn't have the CBD. We didn't have a submarine international broadband cable, for example. So there's been rapid transformation. Our focus, the economic developments team sort of focus, is really making sure we curate the right kind of economy over the next 10 years. In terms of our different sort of pathways, I won't sort of tick off on all of these, but there's a few that I want to sort of call out. At the back end of last year, we did want to make sure that we did a REDS refresh. We wanted to make sure from a community perspective, from a business community perspective, what was sort of set back in 2013 was appropriate. Excuse me. And so there was an intense period of engagement just to make sure that the REDS, as we call it, still resonated with the business community. And so that was completed at the back end of last year and then was endorsed by Council in Q4 calendar year last year. One that I really do want to call out is the third dot point under the leadership, sustainability and equity pathway. And this is really around sort of regional leaders' support and advocacy for key innovation sort of initiatives. And that's where we're really trying to sort of take, in particular, the business community on a journey. We really want to be on the front foot in terms of if we do want to shift the economy here, we do want to see us doubling down in the innovation sort of space. From my perspective, we've only got a few ways as to how we can grow the economy here. We can either grow our own, and that means either doing that through innovation or supporting the businesses that are here at the moment, and obviously we're focused on doing exactly those two things, as well as then sort of inwards investment attraction. So one way that we can sort of really change the economy here is by sort of growing on our own, and a strong sort of focus on innovation will help us do that. So I was especially pleased to see the advocacy document be released. I was especially pleased to sort of see the business leaders come forward and advocate for their projects. And my view is, look, that's the start of a journey. That's not the end of the journey. That is the start of the journey, because if we start to land some of those outcomes, and we saw a commitment being made the other day in relation to turbine, what we will see over the next 5-10 years is an increased investment in innovation and therefore increased diversification in jobs for people leaving school, leaving university, which is where we want to head. I think a couple of other ones that I just want to point to, and you've heard me sort of at the podium sort of talk a little bit about it before, is really sort of our focus, particularly on the small business sort of sector here within the region. We run a range of events. We really try to make sure that we're servicing that cohort of business owners, business operators as best as we possibly can. We had a very strong event last year, the Thriving Through Change Business Expo. Over 400 people were attracted to that. I'm pleased to say that another one is coming up next week, next Tuesday. There'll be 35 exhibitors there. If there are businesses that want to learn about AI, if there's businesses that want to learn about cyber, there's two excellent workshops and talks in that sort of space. So we do really try and sort of work with the business community here, but particularly that small business community, to make sure they're availing themselves of the programs, the courses, the workshops, the advice that's out there, so that they can be prepared, but equally they can grow and thrive as they sort of move forward. The other one that I just wanted to point out as well is, and hopefully you'll sort of get this sort of strong innovation theme coming through from the ones that are up here in particular, is we ran a big Forward Fest event a few months ago. Nearly 800 people came and participated at that event with just under 100 sort of speakers. And that is really trying to sort of grow our profile within that innovation space. That is really trying to encourage people, whether they're at school, whether they're sort of early in their career, to think about setting up businesses on their own, giving them the pathways to be able to succeed in that sort of space, but also ultimately connecting them up with capital providers so that people can invest in those businesses, and ideally we can keep them here within the region. So very pleased to sort of see that event go from strength to strength, and looking forward to seeing what will happen next year. In terms of our targets, particularly sort of our internal sort of targets, I think these charts tell a positive picture. We've sort of met the various sort of different metrics that have been set. We monitor and record these things principally through two tools. We use a tool called Economy ID. That's a fairly sort of standard modelling tool that we push through the individual projects that sort of then spits out a range of economic outcomes, and they then sort of captured in our sort of data into our statistics, as well as a slightly different tool that we use to sort of capture in particular our tourism-related outcomes. But again, a very strong year in terms of our economic impact, the jobs growth, and the clients assisted. And I think when you go back to those sort of 4 KPIs at the start of my presentation, it all aligns with the narrative to date. I think we've got a really exciting 10 years ahead. My view is that as a local region, as a local council, we can do some of the heavy lifting, but certainly looking for other partners to come and do some of that heavy lifting with us and share in some of that heavy lifting. So looking forward to that sort of advocacy work building into the future. And then finally, from an officer recommendation perspective, the council receive and note the report titled Sunshine Coast Regional Economic Development Strategy Annual Report 2023-24, and note the Sunshine Coast Regional Economic Development Strategy Annual Report 23-24 for the purposes of promoting the region's economic outcomes. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Lasserve. Councillors, can I have someone move the motion? Councillor Landsberg, seconder, Councillor Natoli. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chris. Much shorter presentation than our community report, but I commend you because just as important. And as we all know, with a growing community, with the care and the love that we provide through all the wonderful work with the community, we need to grow, we need to invest, we need to attract talent to the Sunshine Coast, one of our biggest priorities. I just rise, obviously, to congratulate the team. Thank you, Chris, and thank you for acknowledging Andy Eves-Brown's input into economic development. Lead a great team, obviously overseen by Greg Laverty. The achievements are obviously all up there for us to see. Some of the highlights for me as a councillor, just touching on, is probably, and Councillor Joe sits on the major events board. The major events deliver, well, just in the previous 12 months, we delivered 72 events that actually brought $112 million of economic benefit to the region, which is an ROI of 1:36, which is pretty incredible for just, there we go, another visitor just come right in here, to our Sunshine Coast. And with these events, we're looking at, we've got an attraction here, we actually broke that down in terms of the strategy in regards to signature events, economic drivers and emerging events. And we look forward to working towards, obviously, those different events coming to the Sunshine Coast. It's a great way to try and look at, we've got a lot of signature events that we support, but it's a really great positive move towards obviously encouraging new events to the Sunshine Coast. And with that, in terms of the tourism and I suppose the attraction of many people across the coast. And with that, obviously, is one of the driving forces behind our international tourism as well for these events, that our branded hotels that we are looking at supporting that as well, hopefully, after we finish our community engagement. Obviously, the work that we collaborate with as well in our innovation in terms of Manufacturing Excellence Forum, Sunshine Coast Tech Alliance, the food and agribusiness, the work that we do there as well. And when we look at innovation across the Sunshine Coast, we've always had a bread and butter of construction, tourism, retail. But the REDS strategy, and I know that our REDS has actually been pulled apart and been used by other councils across the state, which is an absolute amazing achievement for this council, as being innovative, as being forward-thinking, and having such a wonderful, talented team. One of the things of us is driving the economy, and as we look at our aspirational goals, and we've seen 72% growth over 11 years for our whole economy, is the scaling up opportunities for our existing businesses. And I know Councillor Joe and myself, obviously we only just met with some industry representatives, especially around our industrial precinct parks, of how we can actually provide support for a lot of these businesses to scale up. We will have challenges with land use, we will have challenges with accessibility, we will have challenges with providing high data into these industrial precincts, but that's a challenge that we really need to look at, and I'm sure that moving forward in this term, we'll meet those challenges as well. And as well as our Jobs Hub as well, which has been a hugely successful for our student Jobs Hub. I see our students have obviously just left, but obviously to see over 1,500 total users on that site. It's a free platform. You can upload your CVs for free. Wonderful idea in terms of job opportunities for the Sunshine Coast as well. So yeah, totally supportive, and I'll obviously let my fellow councillor have a discussion on this, and I'll look forward to closing. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chris, and to Greg and to all of your team for the work that you've not only done, obviously with Andy previously for this last year, but since the Reds were first put into place. It's that time of the year that students are heading towards exams and schools have got their annual awards, and if I look at the results of this, I would think that we'd probably end up with top grades, you know, outstanding in terms of every indicator that you've been able to provide us here today shows that we are doing so well in this space. And the one thing with an election coming up in our advocacy document, I've reflected in my short time in this portfolio about the disconnect that there is between state and federal government and local government. We're pretty much doing this on our own. We are driving this economy with very little help from the state and federal government. We're doing it because the Reds are easy for people to understand. The business community are involved, they're engaged, they want to participate, and they want to keep driving. And I've sensed that in discussions that I've had with the industry groups. There's excitement, but we could do so much more if we had the other levels of government. They could just tune in and say, well, what more do you need, Sunshine Coast Council, to really make you successful, to take you to the next level? We didn't ask much in the advocacy document. We asked very little, and we've received virtually little response from them. And so that disconnect to me is a real worry, because we deliver the GDP that drives more taxes into federal and state coffers. We're doing the heavy lifting. We put in more money because that GDP, all of it, has tax and benefits for the other levels of government. So you would think that they'd be really interested in making sure that we were even more successful and able to deliver more for them by giving us some of the things that we are asking for in the Reds to be able to deliver the economic benefits for our community, for the state, and for the federal government. I want to personally thank Councillor Landsberg because his leadership and his involvement for the last 4 years and continues in this term. I know his excitement. I think, will form a great partnership in terms of working together, but our interest is really focused on making sure that we can continue to work with our staff, our business community, and hopefully convince other levels of government that they can do so much more in enabling us to deliver the outstanding outcomes. They can't see the results here and can't accept the fact that we're doing so well, that with that little bit more of assistance, we could do even more. So thank you for the work that you do. I know that our business community appreciates it, and you know, you only have to look at the service results as well, how your department is delivering that connectedness within our business community is outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Broderick.
Madam Mayor, through you. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for the report. And all. I've just got one question. I'm not catching you off guard, because there's such great results. And one of the things that we've come to is we've got clients assisted. Our goal was 3,300 clients, but you've assisted 12,500 clients over the last year, which is huge and significant. Can you just give us an idea of what those clients are calling about and how it is that we're assisting them? Just aware that some people are doing it really tough right now. It'd be great to be able to let them know, hey, this is what Council's offering and this is what we can do to help.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, all good. Thank you for the question. I think sort of in terms of the figures, the assistance sort of broadly comes in two different ways. So some is where we'll hold an event like the one next Tuesday, where effectively we'll have a range of participants come and participate through the Thriving Through Change Expo. And then other sort of clients, as it were, will then sort of log on to courses and programs, for example, through TAFE, through the Building Better Business program, for example. So there are sort of slight nuances in terms of how we would provide assistance. We also sort of have a range of documentation that we push out. We've got a Level Up Your Business program. That's not just from a council perspective, that's from a federal and a state perspective. That's in collaboration with the Small Business Commissioner and others to make sure that, again, when we're sort of interacting with those small businesses, we're not just talking about the tools that we've got in our toolkit, we're really talking about the breadth of support across different tiers of government to make sure that they sort of avail themselves of all that support that's out there. I think sort of typically we see two different cohorts, and the way that it tends to be is, and what we'll sort of see play out probably from my perspective next week is, we'll see businesses that are curious about AI. They want to understand how AI might improve productivity within their business, so they want to come and learn about it. And they do that by sort of participating in courses or going to next Tuesday's event. And then on the other sort of end of the spectrum, we have businesses that are in stress. And typically that's sort of financial stress where something's not going quite right for them. And typically how that sort of tends to come about is someone reaches in either directly to us, or they reach in to yourselves, or they sort of walk to the front desk, as it were, and then ask for support. And so we do sort of see, certainly from that cohort of business, people coming in, typically sort of debt-related sort of challenges, business-related sort of challenges, and that's when we take a much more sort of targeted approach. That's where effectively certainly someone within my team will meet with them in person, sit down with them in person, and really try and provide that personal touch as best as we can. We often have to sort of be cognizant that we can provide pathways. We don't necessarily have all the sort of silver bullets that they might be looking for. But ultimately, in the way that we try and sort of assess and judge ourselves is, what has been the speed of our response and the depth of our response. And I think particularly in those sort of situations where invariably, there are a range of businesses that are suffering. There are a range of businesses that are backing up their ATO debt. For example, we're well aware of that. And we do try and make sure that we're across them as best as we can. I was at the Coolum Business and Tourism Chamber event last night, again, sort of chatting to them about the different programs that are available, making sure that, again, we're trying to be that sort of on the front foot to say, hey, here's the tools that are available. If this interests, if this is important to you, please come and let us know. We make sure that we also push it out. We have a quarterly regional leaders forum and a quarterly business chambers forum where we update them on the economic stats for the region. But again, we sort of make them aware of, here are some key programs that are coming up, with a view that they sort of push out through their networks. That's probably the way that we try and reach as many people as possible. It doesn't always work as well as we'd like, but we do try and make sure that we get our message out there as best as we can. And then obviously if someone comes in or raises a distressing sort of point, as it were, we'll absolutely sort of jump on that. And I think I publicly said last night to people, look, my commitment to people in the room was, if you want to have a one-to-one conversation in relation to your business, we will have a one-to-one conversation with you. That's the commitment.
Thank you, and that's awesome. Thank you very much. We've got those Level Out books out and happening, which is great. So we've got businesses reading them. So thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. Really, great work, Chris. Just a question in regards to, we reached our 100,000 jobs in high growth or high value industries and actually exceeded that. I note the footnote saying we'll work on a new stretch target. Have you got a time frame for that?
So, through you, Madam Mayor. Certainly before the next annual report is produced. So we're having a look from a data and a projection perspective to work out what that target would look like. I'll be having the conversations with the portfolio councillors around that sort of target. So it will certainly be done before the next annual report.
Wonderful. And just another one, just following on from that, is how do we go about doing that? Like, just for the sake of me, and I'm sure there'll be other people from the millions of people watching online, what might that look like? What kind of data sets do we use, and how do we kind of move through that kind of process, roughly?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. we'll look at population growth data, we'll look at sort of economic sort of forecasts, we'll look at migration data, and we'll try and sort of work out effectively, what would that baseline look like through the 2033. My view is, it's always good to have a stretch target in place, particularly where we're trying to grow within those sort of high value industries. So we'll do some modelling, or the team at the moment is sort of doing some data analysis to work out what it would look like. It'll pull in a range of data sources, and then I think we'll apply a stretch on top of that.
Wonderful. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Burns. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to say, firstly, thank you to Councillor Landsberg, who drove a lot of the work for this annual report in the end of last term, and Councillor Natali, who's now taken on the role as well. And acknowledge that Councillor O'Prey did some of the work in the last term as well. And events was his wheelhouse, so that was the thing he was most passionate about. I was fortunate to have attended a number of events, economic development events. I had always sort of dabbled in that space a little bit more so now. I really enjoyed going to a number of those events and seeing the value that comes out of hosting those and what it means to the attendees and also to our staff and getting those learnings. Just wanted to mention in the report, you've got some metrics in here about, in the investment and growth, some of the campaigns that we've put out, like the Testing Tech in Paradise and the Vitamin C campaign. If anyone hasn't watched the Vitamin C campaign, I encourage you to do so. It's pretty funny. So we've got some of the metrics which are great, but they're vanity metrics in terms of how many eyeballs it's gotten in front of. And the metrics that I'm really interested in are the number of new leads that we get out of that, because that's kind of why we do it. And it would be really good to sort of understand from those new leads how many, I don't know what you would call them, conversions or final outcomes we get from that. That's probably the final step that would be great for us to understand. Out of those 424 leads, how many businesses have actually relocated here on the coast. And I also just wanted to give a shout out. Thank you for mentioning Coolum Chamber of Commerce. It's the only chamber that I have in Division 9. Very proactive chamber, but the feedback that I get from them and from other chambers that I have had the fortune to have dealt with has been very positive in terms of the work that our council staff do with those chambers. They're really appreciative of the support that they receive. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Landsberg, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe just, I'd just obviously like to touch on the industry support out there for Council's economic development team, and obviously to sort of, for us as fellow councillors and for myself and Councillor Joe, being former small business owners, we really know exactly what the industry concerns are, struggles are, and it's wonderful for us to be able to have that experience firsthand, and especially to obviously to leverage off teams of our employees that come from all different fields of experience that actually drive our economy. And as Chris mentioned, it's really not our responsibility. The business performance in regards to business support that we've actually provided, and especially during COVID, was amazing. It was incredible, the actual engagement that we went out there and engaged with our chambers, through our place activation officers, through our team that were boots on the ground to look at the impact of our economy and especially those small businesses. And I touched on our procurement and our supply briefings, which I know that we may be reviewing how we actually approach those in regards to a lot of our capital projects, where it's a massive driver, millions of dollars is reinvested back into our community. But that was the presentations that was actually hosted by ECDev team, that really drilled down into business support that was actually available and is still available right now. So that's a wonderful engagement of being first-hand with our business leaders, and I look forward to us maybe moving forward with that opportunity. But overall, look, thank you. Wonderful report. We could stand here and talk all days and in regards to it, and congratulations to the team receiving those awards as well, Chris, and thank you. Look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Okay, I will now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, and thank you, Mr Leserve. Councillors, we will take a short break now for morning tea, and that will be 15 minutes, so we'll be back here at about 11:05. We'll see you then. Thank you and welcome back, everyone. It is now time to move on to item 8.4, and we welcome Dr. Dave Moore to the lectern. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning, councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity this morning to present to you the annual report for your environment and livability strategy for 23-24. Adopted in 2017 and refreshed just last year, 23-24 represents the 7th year of the strategy's implementation, which continues to provide the long-term strategic directions to guide growth, environmental protection, and shape the region for future generations. These directions focus on the preservation and enhancement of the natural environment and the livability of the region, enabling a good quality of life for all residents and supporting a strong economy in an accessible and well-connected built environment. Through implementation, the strategy continues to deliver the transformational change required to deliver a healthy environment and a livable Sunshine Coast in 2041. And this is as we respond, both council and the community, to the challenges and opportunities associated with population change, climate change, economic change, and technological change. There are many achievements delivered that have been delivered across the financial year and by many different stakeholders. And the annual report highlights just some of these collective achievements. These include securing approximately 500 hectares for conservation and recreation purposes, endorsing the Sunshine Coast Ecological Park Master Plan and the Point Cartwright Reserve and La Balsa Park Master Plan to guide ongoing implementation activities, releasing the inaugural Coastal Health Report. In Australian first, the Australian Government's Clean Energy Regulator formally registered the Blue Hearts Blue Carbon Project. We've opened new spaces for our community, including Altitude 9 and the Community Co-Lab within the Maroochydore City Centre. We've upgraded sporting facilities, including a 20-metre indoor heated pool at Kawana and court upgrades at Yamundi Tennis Club. Commenced implementation on the Sunshine Coast Marine Turtle Conservation Plan. Adopted the Sunshine Coast Resource Recovery Strategy and opened a $40 million material recovery facility at Nambour. And endorsed the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan. So lots of great achievements which both council and the community should be proud of. An important component of our strategic directions is our annual performance measures. And this assists us to monitor and track our progress to ensure the effectiveness of our implementation. Our progress includes, in relation to the regional and urban break, we continue to advocate for its protection in its current extent of 32,031 hectares. We acquired 185 hectares of land through our Environment Levy program, maintaining well above our target of 9.6 hectares per 1,000 residents. For sport and recreation land, we secured 46.5 hectares of open space through land acquisitions, a 45.4 megawatt increase in renewable energy capacity. The majority of our 497 megawatt capacity is contributed by community solar, demonstrating their ongoing commitment to a sustainable Sunshine Coast. And our greenhouse gas emissions were again reduced, and I'll talk about this now. The ELS annual report also includes the snapshot into Council's environmental sustainability performance. Our organisational greenhouse gas emissions and key environmental sustainability performance form part of our broader corporate reporting each year. Benchmarking allows Council to track its sustainability performance over time and enables us to identify and prioritise areas where we can be more efficient, improve on financial sustainability and environmental outcomes. Some of the results include, for 23-24 financial year, Council's organisational emissions decreased by 4.7% to approximately 168,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent. a decrease of around 8,000 tonnes of CO2 from last financial year, and equating to being ahead of our emissions target for this financial year. Emissions from waste represent 73.4% of Council's total greenhouse gas footprint. Emissions from waste showed the largest decrease from the previous year, with a reduction of around 9,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent. Whilst waste quantities to landfill increased by around 9% from the previous financial year, a 26.8% increase in landfill gas capture through flaring and generation of electricity demonstrated the effectiveness of this technology in mitigating emissions. Emissions from street lighting and electricity contributed to a combined reduction of 1,116 tonnes of CO2 equivalent for the financial year. The LED streetlight project is effective at reducing Council's electricity usage and emissions from street lighting by replacing mercury vapour with LED streetlights. For electricity usage, Council continues to benefit from the partnership with Diamond Energy in supplying zero emissions energy for electricity supplied under this contract. In regards to renewables for the financial year, 387 kilowatts of additional solar was installed on Council assets. The total current installed solar capacity on Council facilities is 15,895 kilowatts. A total of 77 solar systems on Council facilities were online and 3 battery sites were operational. Council is committed to continue to installing solar systems at suitable sites, including holiday parks, libraries, community centres and sports centres. Like any reporting, the type, the quality, the availability and access to data is absolutely critical. Since first commencing our sustainability reporting, steps have been taken to improve data collection and reporting, and this will be an ongoing process to improve our efficiencies and also our decision making. While Council continues to reduce its operational greenhouse gas emissions and demonstrates the effectiveness of its emissions reductions program, we must continue to acknowledge that the growth of the region will likely apply upwards pressure to Council's emissions footprint into the future. A strengthening of Council's emissions reductions efforts through implementation of our zero net emissions plan and increasing community efforts to reduce waste volumes will be essential to our continual success. Councillors, I present to you the Sunshine Coast Environment Liveability Strategy Annual Report for you to receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Can I have someone to move the item? Councillor Burns, and seconder Councillor Johnston. Thank you both. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Dr. Dave, for your effort and the whole team's effort in producing this. I'm really pleased to see the progression we're making as a council towards environment livability strategy. This is actually quite a bold strategy, and I think as a region we do need to take stock sometimes that we're fortunate to have 3 significant regional strategies that actually play together to see us as a region progress in a really balanced and nuanced way. It's very simple sometimes to run ahead and just go, look at this, but without actually considering how these 3 regional strategies that we've heard about this morning actually play together. The environment livability one is so high and important on the priority list for people in this community because we love where we live. We constantly hear from our residents about how important it is that we continue to safeguard our environment and natural spaces. It rates so highly in terms of our livability. The recent Living on the Sunshine Coast survey again highlighted that actually one of the core reasons for this being a livable region are our environmental and natural spaces. If that does not give us enough pause to reflect on how do we continue to protect it and enhance them, I don't know what will. We recognise we live in a unique space. The biosphere, UNESCO Biosphere designation is also another example of our unique values. This is also a brave strategy though. It's brave in the sense of we have really clear measures, and as Dr. Dave just pointed out, it's not always easy to get the right data to actually adequately track our efforts and intentions towards this. So it's brave because sometimes when we're putting out publicly our best efforts to achieve what are quite significant goals. And sometimes we see beautiful success. So one year we might see, oh yeah, look, our emissions have gone down, that's great, but the next year you might see them go up for a range of different reasons. You might note that in 2020 and 2021, we had emissions increases quite significantly through the COVID years. And that was a little bit to do with our community being stuck at home and deciding to do spring cleaning for a year. We took so much stuff to the dump, and that actually increases our emissions. So this report doesn't hide that. It actually puts it front and centre. And I think from that regard, it's a really brave report. And I'm really grateful that our team are open and transparent with our efforts to ensure that this region is Australia's most sustainable region. I would like to actually just point out a few of the things in here that I'm particularly proud of, and that is the ecological park up at Mullaney, on the back of Mary Cairncross Reserve. This is a States award-winning piece and also a finalist in the National Parks and Leisure Awards. It's for strategic and master planned activities. It's world-class. And that ecological park, as it develops, is going to be a place that is sought out, and people will come from all over to see how that it's actually being developed. And I know Councillor Johnston's very excited to go walking through there with his killer dash hounds. I also do want to acknowledge that actually the ELS isn't just all the environment. It's actually recognised that our way our people play and activate in space here on the coast is important. The opening of Altitude 9 at the top of the City Hall building and the community co-lab space downstairs are important elements that actually give people great celebration and event space in Altitude 9, but also a collaboration space for community groups to meet. They're both important. We've also seen really great upgrades to the Kawana Aquatic Centre, and the indoor learn to swim part there is really good. It's a great accessible one, has a hoist in there, it's got a beautiful ramp in there, and it's just alive with the sound of people laughing and learning to swim. And I look forward to seeing the next stage 2 come about. And also the Woombye Tennis Club have had some great upgrades too, which I think's ace. Yes, you heard it. That was a good pun. The Housing and Homelessness Action Plan has been spoken about a number of times, and Councillor Bunnog mentioned earlier about the 11 sites in Maroochydore that will see 22 new homes delivered. That is an incredible part of Council's commitment to dealing with the housing shortage, and this ELS, alongside of our other strategies, really provides some structure and direction that actually will see us as a local government continue to punch above its weight in terms of how we deal with the housing and homelessness issue. And lastly too, I just wanted to point out, I'm really grateful for the clarity that's actually provided through the ELS in regards to our regional interurban break. And through the advocacy of this council to the state government, we've been actually able to see that really formally mentioned in the SEQRP and actually finally given some really good clarity around the northern interurban break. So I trust this to councillors, and thank you, Dr. Dave.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Dr. Dave. Some very interesting statistics in this here. It's particularly in relation to the reduction over the last 3 years of greenhouse gas emissions, and Councillor Burns, to a degree, explained some of that, but there's been a consistent effort to reduce it as well. It's interesting that these figures are 12-month figures, is that right, Dave? Yeah. It's interesting to see that the amount of waste generated by council went up by 22.7%, but the amount that was diverted from landfill was greater than that. So that's good to see. Part of the reason why there's increased waste generated by council is because of the jobs that we do in relation to our parks and recreation areas. There was storms, with various other things, as well as we're getting on and getting things done in our local authority. Our electricity consumption's come down, our renewables on solar installations have gone up significantly. They're already at a very high level, but we're continuing to increase the number. Transport, we've reduced the number of vehicles and the carbon emissions, and we've reduced by 5.3% the litres of fuel used. The only thing that I want to question is why
have we increased our water consumption by 22.5%?
Through you, Madam Mayor. This just provides a snapshot. There is a further report which will be made public and put on our website to explain this further. But in relation to water, an increase in consumption was found in water connections associated with aquatic centres and recreational areas and parks. Specific contributions to this increase were necessary reactive maintenance repairs at several aquatic centres after storm damage, and also dredging works at Cotton Tree Foreshore, and also water usage in relation to the construction and operation of the new waste precinct, including the materials recovery facility at Nambour.
Thanks, Dr. Dave. I thought there were some of those reasons needed to be explained to the community, because if they saw that statistic, they may sort of wonder why is the council increased its water consumption by that percentage. But it's very easily explained once you know the facts. So I'd just like to thank all of the departmental officers and the department, the executive, for all the work they've done to present such a quality outcome. And I mentioned that I noticed in relation to street lighting that the LNP candidate for Glasshouse, who's the current member, has promised funding to fix all the lighting up there. So we'll be pleased to see if that comes about when it happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Johnston, for speaking so brilliantly to the ELS annual report. It's really good to see councillors who aren't necessarily in the day-to-day with the portfolio take such an active interest. So I really appreciate your comments, and I'm sure the team do too. As Councillor Burns said, it's a really complex, big, chunky thing that we undertake under the ELS. And this report, again, highlights that we actually walk the talk. It's not just a strategy, it's not just words, we're actually doing the work on the ground. A couple of the things that I'd like to mention, Councillor Burns mentioned how the environment was highly rated by our community. We're continuing to increase our land purchases, and we made some significant ones this financial year. Last financial year, and that was including one that was close to my area in Division 9 of Maroochydore, which has really significant ecosystems, and I know we spoke about that in the media recently. Another project I'd like to touch on is the Blue Heart Blue Carbon project. I don't think we should undersell this project. It is an Australian first project, and that's super significant. We went to the LGAQ conference recently, and some comments made by some of the newer councillors there were, it's not a lot to really learn from, and that's probably because we are one of the larger councils who have some significant resources and are able to lead the way. And we can teach a lot of councils a lot of good things that we're doing. So happy to pass that knowledge on to other councils who might be able to have the ability to do a similar project. So the Blue Carbon project is actually registered on a 165 hectare site within the Blue Heart region. And this project allows us to better understand the feasibility of blue carbon farming, which is essentially capturing the storing of carbon in marine and coastal ecosystems, and the ability for us to sell the credits in doing so. If successful, this could provide an alternative income source for landholders whose land is likely to transition over time. And that's due to tidal inundation. So I want to also give a huge thank you to both other levels of government for their partnership and contribution. The Australian Government's Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water gave us multi-million-dollar grant funding for this project, and we also received funding from the Queensland Government's Land Restoration Fund. So without those two significant contributions from the state and federal government, this project may have been a lot more challenging to deliver. The second thing I'd like to talk about is the resource recovery strategy. That's another significant part of our work, and it's a really great guide to help us in that emissions, lowering the emissions. It's one of our biggest contributors. Our MRF, our Material Recovery Facility, opened in December last year. So while we don't have 12 months worth of data, we were expecting to be able to process around 60,000 tonnes of recyclables through that facility. The great thing about that facility is it's so technologically advanced that the outputs or the end products that we're getting have very little contamination, which makes it a high quality and hopefully highly sourced product. And it's also not just our material recycling facility. We partner with a number of other councils in the region who deliver their yellow lidded bins recycling to that facility to get processed. And this is an example of working regionally with other local councils, which I'm really proud of. We have our flood mapping, and that's informing our emergency preparedness, land use planning, and builds on our regional's resilience. And our local disaster management plan was reviewed. So thank you to Jason, Neil, and also to Jane for constantly looking at ways that we can improve our plans for when disaster hits our region, and it will hit our region, and for being collaborative and working with other councils to provide support when they have been hit by disaster. In terms of working with other governments, we also have a joint cascading climate project with Noosa, and that work continues. We're doing a lot more work with Noosa, which is really great to see, and hopefully we can extend that to our other neighbouring councils as well. The Data Expo Day at Doonan, which Councillor Burns came and attended at that, was really good, and it was an event that shows how Sunshine Coast researchers are partnering with citizen scientists to increase our scientific knowledge here on the coast. And it provides stories in our natural environment. It helps also inform our strategies going forward. So to the team, again, excellent work. I'm very proud to be a portfolio holder for ELS, and thank you for all the work that everyone under that branch does. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Suarez. I would like to congratulate yourself and Councillor Burns on the work that you've done in this portfolio. In Division 8, we treasure our natural environment and our livability, and there's two things I want to reflect on, but I wanted to share a quick personal story from my mum, who I know is one of the 6 people, Councillor Burns, listening online at the moment.
There's more than 6.
What I can say is that my mum and my sister went for a bit of a girls' weekend to the northern part of the Gold Coast recently. And my mum said, geez, it's changed, hasn't it? And I said, no, I haven't been to the Gold Coast lately. And she said, it felt like I was in Brisbane. And the point to this story is that the protection of the regional interurban break is so critical to the identity of the Sunshine Coast. We have heard so many times from our community that protecting the identity of the Sunshine Coast from inappropriate development is a very, very important value that people cherish in this region. And I can't think of a more important piece of space in this region that signifies that you are coming to a different part of southeast Queensland when you go past the regional interurban break. And Councillor Johnson made reference to a promise that certain candidates have made in this state election. Well, what I'd ask voters as they go to vote during this state election is if you get the chance to ask a candidate about one particular issue when you are at a polling booth, ask them what their view is on preserving the regional interurban break. Because we hear time and time again how important it is to people. This is your opportunity to ask candidates in this state election of all parties and all persuasions how they feel about protecting this incredibly sensitive piece of land for future generations, because once it is gone, and you cannot put toothpaste back in the tube, as a Fair Work Commissioner used to say to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Suarez Burns, thank you for your stewardship of this extremely important work, and to Dr. Dave and your team. We've heard about our key 3 strategies this morning, and not one of them stands alone. And we've heard how important our community is, but our community needs our environment. Our economy needs to operate in that environment as well. So they are all interconnected, and we've heard, and that's been demonstrated today. one of the elements I'd like just to have some reassurance and maybe sort of an update in a bit more detail, whether that's now or outside of this room, is around our progress towards the net zero emissions. And while the bar graph looks good, we know it's what's in the ground already in our landfills that is generating council's responsibility around greenhouse gas emissions. We can see that we're working hard to reduce what's going into the ground at the moment in terms of landfill, but the population is growing and what goes into the landfill is also growing. So how are we going with the education to get people to think about what they're doing every day around their purchasing and not purchasing stuff that's going to end up in landfill? How are we going with our organics collection systems to stop the organic material going into the ground, and the confidence around our target towards the net zero greenhouse gas emissions? The bar graph this year looks brilliant. Compared to where we were a couple of years ago, we're making great progress, but I know that the future potentially looks quite bleak, not because of what we're doing today, but because of what we have been doing last decade, the decade before, and so on and so on. So we're trying to put right the problems of the past. But can you provide a comment now, or can we have some follow-up around that so that we've got some really good understanding of the likelihood of us continuing that downward bar graph and getting to net zero emissions 2041?
Thank you, Councillor Law. Mr Hadrell, would you like to answer that question? Welcome to the lectern.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. Councillor, a great question. There is absolutely no doubt that our aspiration to be net zero by 2041 is a stretch target for us. And we certainly know that we're going to get towards the end of that journey where it's going to become increasingly challenging for us to achieve that. I think what we do, though, know is that the waste that we manage in our existing landfills and future waste is going to continue to be our biggest challenge from an organisational perspective. There's been some fabulous work, and as mentioned, the new material recovery facility is increasingly helping us to remove materials from our waste streams. We also know that garden organics and increasingly food organics and garden organics is their next biggest step. This council has already made some significant headway. I think we are probably now close on 90,000 garden organics bins in circulation within our community. And that's continuing to assist our community to easily remove garden organics from our landfill. But progressing down the path of implementing FOGO, so food organics, garden organics, will be the most significant step that we can make from this point forward to further remove garden materials and food materials from our landfill, which are some of the key and critical inputs to emissions from our landfills, and particularly methane gas. In regards to how do we progress that, it's absolutely going to require the support of council, our community and the state. And if we sort of dwell back upon the waste management survey that went out a few years ago, there was absolutely overwhelming support from our community for the progression of FOGO. It's something that we need to keep the foot on the pedal to achieve, and we need to keep on advocating to the state government and council and mayors to support the rollout of that through our regions. In regard to the waste that's currently in our landfill, I think circa 100 years is the rough figure that we work on. So if we've got materials in our landfills, they are going to continue to generate emissions for about 100 years. Probably the most important thing that we can do is continue the expansion of our landfill gas flaring projects. And in the figures that Dr. Dave has presented today, some of those steep reductions in emissions from our landfills has been achieved as a result of expanding landfill gas flaring at both Caloundra and increasingly at Nambour.
Exit.
Councillor Suarez, you'd like to add to that answer?
Yes, thank you, if I may, Madam Mayor, and thank you for those responses, Bill. But probably just to add to that, recently I attended the ComSec Waste Working Group, and the two things that I pointed out in that group were the challenges that we have from the state government in terms of the PFAS levels requirements for operating a sustainable food organic, garden organic facility. It is a facility that has to be regional in nature. We can't just do it alone, and not every local government area can have a FOGO facility. So the challenge that I have put to ComSec, and also we have to also put to the state government, is to review those PFAS levels, because they are not consistent across the region, across the nation. We are much more hamstrung than other states who have it, and the community love it, and they're getting the benefits of having that sort of facility. Waste education, a campaign was done by the state government. Did anyone here see it? No, probably because I don't think it was very good. I asked what the measures of success were for that campaign, and again, it was vanity metrics. So just how many eyeballs came across it, but not necessarily outcomes in change of behaviour, which is what we need to work on. So not only are we doing what we can within our council for that area, but we're strongly pushing at a more regional level, at South East Queensland level, and then more broadly at a state level, to have a collaborative effort, because even if we nail it here, we can't do it on our own. And another probably point that I'd just like to add on the waste is, with our garden organic bin rollout that we did, we have had other councils mimic us. So at the LGAQ conference, I was talking to the Mayor of Moreton Bay, and we were discussing their rollout of their garden organics, because in a previous meeting that we had with Moreton, I was talking to them about how our rollout went, and they had the confidence to do it themselves within their region, and so now we've got that broader collection happening. So I just wanted to add that. I hope that helps with your answer a little bit.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. And it was quite a broad set of questions, and thank you for the detailed response. And if I may speak to the motion, and also thank Mr Hadrill for those responses, it gives courage and certainty that we are indeed heading towards the right direction, but we have a huge amount of work to do. Good to hear from the Deputy Mayor on the work we need to do across the whole of SEQ, because this isn't a problem just for us. We've got to look after our own backyard, but this is absolutely a regional matter. It's a national matter. It's an international matter on what we're doing with our waste. Yeah, it's probably good that we can't export it and let another country deal with it, but there are elements of our waste stream that are being sort of hidden and wrapped up in other matters that I won't go into today, there's not time. But it is really important that, through you, Madam Mayor, in your work at ComSec, to hold ComSec accountable for trying to, in my words, back away from FOGO. We must keep them absolutely on task and get this done. And I hope that I'm encouraged by what the Deputy Mayor has said in the work and what you've experienced doing that. We must keep them to task and get this done for our region. It's vital. And the data that has been shared with us today shows us it's vital. I speak to support the ELS annual report. The work that is being done by the team is excellent, but we've got to just keep lifting the bar, lifting the level, and just make what looks like excellent next year way better than what excellent looks like this year, so that we can achieve those targets and sustain the environment that we have today, that we all love. So thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Burns, on everything you're doing here, Dr Dave, the whole team, Mr Hadrill. Let's keep doing it and know that you've got our full support to make excellent even better next year and achieve those targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Johnston, do you have a question? Yes.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Dr Dave, have we got a metric that shows every couple of years where we want to be to get to net zero? Because I don't remember ever seeing it. And if it hasn't been shared with the councillors, when will it be shared with us? Because it's important that we don't get, within the last 2 or 3 years and find we've got a hurdle that's too big to jump.
Madam Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Winston, for that question. In our zero net emissions plan, we do set out to be a zero net emissions organisation by 2041, but that is a long period of time. So we set out to establish targets for 25 and 2030 for our key focus areas. This just provides a snapshot, this report here, of the results of our missions for certain focus areas. But in the additional report, we have data which shows us how that has changed over the last 5 years. It has a business as usual projection, and it also shows where we as an organisation are up to in relation to our target to be zero net emissions by 2041. A big part of this reporting, and us as a council using it as officers to inform our planning and decision making, is about business improvement. We do a lot of great things, but if we are tracking on target, we need to be asking ourselves our questions, what else can we do? And if it's above, we're not meeting target, it's the same sort of questions, and what sort of actions and investments may we need to require. So it is available. It'll be available online to both for the broader community.
Thank you. I'm just very much aware that the community is interested in this issue, and it'd be really good if we could have some sort of target for each 5 years to say this is what we want to have done, and these are the things that we need to do to achieve it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Burns, would you like to close? Okay. All been said. Thank you, Councillor Burns. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Moore. See you. Thank you. Moving now to item 8.5, and we welcome Mr. Watson to present our next item. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, councillors, Madam Mayor. Today we're presenting the Sunshine Coast Biosecurity Plan 2024 for council's consideration and endorsement. We'll present on the strategic and legislative aspects of biosecurity and highlight the key components of the updated biosecurity plan. The Environment and Liveability Strategy recognises the importance of addressing biosecurity through two key biodiversity and waterway policy positions. The strategy also includes a transformational action for invasive plant and animal management and an associated task to implement the Sunshine Coast Biosecurity Plan. Biosecurity is a broad term referring to measures taken to manage harmful organisms, including invasive species. The impacts of invasive plants and animals cannot be understated. They damage our natural, agricultural, residential and community areas, with climate change exacerbating these impacts. In Australia, an estimated $25 billion of damage is caused by invasive species each year. Everyone in Queensland has a General Biosecurity Obligation, or GBO, under the Biosecurity Act 2014 to take measures to reduce biosecurity risks. To assist the community and land managers to meet their GBO, the Act requires that local governments prepare a biosecurity plan to manage priority invasive plants and animals. Local government biosecurity plans do not consider invasive diseases, parasites, marine species, noxious fish or insects as directed by the Act. Biosecurity Queensland coordinates the response to these biosecurity matters with assistance from Council when required. The Sunshine Coast Biosecurity Plan 2024 is an update of our 2017 Biosecurity Plan. The plan applies to all lands and waters and all land managers on the Sunshine Coast. The Biosecurity Plan is a 5-year plan with an update expected in 2029. The central part of the plan is the outcomes of a risk assessment that identified our highest priority invasive plants and animals. The plan then sets out reasonable and practical measures for how these priority species can be managed by everyone on the Sunshine Coast. Our biosecurity plan is supported by an implementation plan, which outlines a suite of ongoing and new actions that assist Council and the community to reduce biosecurity risk. The risk assessment produced a list of priority species listed by the Biosecurity Act under the prevention, eradication, containment and asset protection management objectives. The plan lists 19 prevention category invasive plants and 4 invasive animals. These species are not currently found on the Sunshine Coast. If these species became established, they could result in significant impacts. It's important for land managers to prevent the entry and establishment of these species. Bitter bush is a prevention species that's been previously found on the Sunshine Coast, but Council and Biosecurity have worked together to successfully eliminate the infestations. The plan lists 13 eradication category invasive plants and 2 invasive animals. The eradication species are present in low numbers and are found in only a few locations on the Sunshine Coast. However, if they spread further, they will cause significant impacts. Elimination of these species is considered achievable for land managers. Land managers should undertake an eradication program with Council for the invasive animals on the eradication list, such as the European rabbit. The plan lists 21 containment category invasive plants and 2 invasive animals. The containment species are found in parts of the Sunshine Coast, but not everywhere. Where they do occur, they can cause notable impacts. In areas where these species currently occur, land managers should minimise their spread. In areas of new infestations, land managers should remove or destroy all plants. Groundsel is a good example of this, where the land managers should aim to prevent its spread and control any new infestations. However, eradication of groundsel from the region is not currently practical. The plan lists 15 asset protection category invasive plants and 5 invasive animals. And the asset protection species, as identified through the risk assessment process, can be found across many areas of the Sunshine Coast, and they can cause some impacts. These species should be managed when they threaten or impact high-value assets, such as important environmental, agricultural or community areas. The broadleaf pepper tree is a good example where land managers should control this species when it's impacting sensitive riparian areas. However, controlling the species across the whole region is not practical. To achieve the management objectives, Council's authorised persons use a range of flexible and targeted compliance measures alongside our education programs. Council prioritises voluntary and assisted compliance to ensure land managers meet their GBO. This is achieved through education and a range of partnerships programs, working with landholders through a series of steps that involves inspections and developing a management plan. Some invasive plants that are not listed on the Biosecurity Act also cause damage to our environmental areas and impact our community. A risk assessment process was undertaken to develop a list of priority, alert and locally significant invasive plants. This list will help land managers to make decisions that result in the best use of their time and resources when they're managing high-value natural areas. There are 3 alert species that are either not yet on the Sunshine Coast or in very low numbers. Land managers should aim to prevent their entry or control them when they are found. There are 19 locally significant invasive plants, and these are relatively widespread on the Sunshine Coast. Land managers should aim to prevent their spread or control them when they're impacting high-value natural areas. Although these species represent a significant biosecurity risk to our natural environment, land managers must first prioritise management of species listed under the Biosecurity Act. It's also recognised that other species not listed under the Act can also present a biosecurity risk and may require management. The Sunshine Coast Council Biosecurity Implementation Plan 2024 accompanies the main plan and outlines how Council is meeting its own GBO. The implementation plan presents Council's extensive suite of ongoing biosecurity activities, including surveillance, monitoring, management, education programs for invasive species. The implementation plan also includes an action plan with a suite of new, high-priority, achievable and practical actions for Council and its partners to undertake to further improve biosecurity management on the Sunshine Coast. The action plan contains 19 actions, with 2 actions requiring additional or future budget for Council clean-down facilities and fire and response to meet GBO on Council-managed land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Councillors, could I have a mover, Councillor Suarez, and a seconder, Councillor Burns? Thank you, councillors. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report, Dale, and Craig, also thank you for all the work that I know you've contributed as well. Councillor Johnston and I are on the weeds working group, and I know that biosecurity has been a hot topic that has received a lot of input. So thank you for bringing that to the group and allowing them to have some feedback. This plan guides what Council's obligations are under the Queensland Biosecurity Act and helps us to implement a framework to effectively manage that. And you put that slide up before that talked about, you know, the different phases. We've got prevention, eradication, containment and asset protection. And when I talk to people in the community who maybe report an invasive animal, everyone seems to want to have it be in the eradication space. They all prioritise whatever it is in the eradication space, including an email that I received from a resident in Division 9 asking what council was doing to eradicate cane toads. So the cost to do so and the work to undertake that in one LGA would have just been enormous. So it makes sense to have a framework that we can follow to try and prioritise what we do and where with the resources that we have. And I know I too have reported the broadleaf pepper tree a number of times to council as I'm on my walk with the dog, and I'll send it through to the app. And you know, some of those ones, they're on roadsides, but you know, they're not a priority, but they'll get to them when they can. So thank you for putting this report together. I know council has to play their part, but we also work in partnership with other agencies, such as Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service, a number of environmental groups and landowners themselves. So we all have a shared responsibility. I'm going to leave it there because I'm losing my voice, but thank you for the work, and I encourage my councillors to support this report.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and also thank you very much for the presentation. You mentioned that in relation to locally significant invasive plants, managed when impacting high-value natural assets. Could you tell me what a low-value natural asset is? Please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Through our conservation estate, we have categories, and they're identified through the environment livability strategy as well, different categories of environmental value, and our BOA assessments undertaken by the environment operations team also validate that level of value to the environmental areas.
So, bushland, if Morning Glory is invasive into bushland, is that high value or low value?
Through you, Madam Mayor. It really depends on the situation, Councillor. If that bushland was a sensitive riparian area, as the example I gave for the broadleaf pepper tree, the Blue Morning Glory would be a similar one to that. If it was a high-value riparian area that is helping us protect our water quality and our catchment health, then that would certainly be deemed as a high priority area.
All right. Thank you. It's just I'm not sure that everybody fully understands the damage that Morning Glory can do. It actually kills bushland. It climbs up into the trees, blocks out the sunlight, and the trees die. So whether it's actually feeding into a waterway directly or not, something should be done about it. But anyway, that's my opinion. Madam Acting CEO, I've been banging on for more than 4 years about weeds and about the fact that we need a coordinated across the council arrangement, not this ad hoc arrangement between various different departments that don't talk to each other, and many of them if they do treat the weeds, they treat them at the wrong cycles. Is anything being done about coordinating it all under one department?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your question, Councillor Johnson. Yes, there is work actually occurring right now to look at our architecture across the different areas of council and where weeds are sitting across all of the particular areas to ensure that we're bringing those together. That'll be something that will come to council into the future. In terms of a single...
Next couple of months or in the next couple of years?
Thanks, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for the question. That will be coming to council this side of Christmas, is my understanding, or very early next year.
Councillor Johnston, you're done then at the moment. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just a really quick question for those playing along at home. We talked about our biosecurity education plan. Could you tell me what that looks like for our landowners? Because we're all responsible for this, obviously. So how is it that we're getting the word out? And how can we help?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Our biosecurity implementation plan has a suite of educational activities that are ongoing through council, and they range from everything from websites, fact sheets, and many field days that we have where officers attend, as well as our compliance program has a really very, very strong educational component to that as well. And part of the implementation of this new plan will be getting the messages out around our new high priority species identified in this plan through those existing education activities.
So through how do they find out about those? So how do the average landowner find out about those events and things that you're putting on?
Through you, Madam Mayor, anything from our website. Our website would be our primary area there to guide, to go and have a look and see what activities are occurring on biosecurity, and that'll be updated with our new plan as of this week.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Thank you there. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you. Thank you for the work that you guys do. Just trying to understand how closely we work with our state colleagues and what work do they do to try and keep up with the pace of and changing nature of the biosecurity issues within our region, and in particular, their commitment to managing the vast amount of national parks that we have here.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we work really closely with Biosecurity Queensland as a starting point, and they were heavily involved in assisting us with the development of this new biosecurity plan, so worked really closely with them. Through the national parks, our integrated weeds task force, which two councillors, Councillor Suarez and Councillor Winston, are a part of. We have members of and representatives from Queensland Parks and Wildlife there, where a whole host of biosecurity issues on weeds and as well as feral animals are also discussed through that. So we have really close working relationship through that level as well. And of course, our environmental operations team would work with the Queensland Parks and Wildlife through adjoining estates.
Thank you. And just a plug, last week when I was at the spring at the Maroochydore depot, I had the pleasure of being able to be taken through where the trapping, keep all the trapping equipment, and I found it so interesting. So all I can say is that if you had the opportunity, if you've never been in there, I just found it so interesting, and it's great to be able to touch base with our staff that are actually on the ground and some of the challenges that they've got, but how well they're actually managed to work within that space as well. Thank you.
Councillor Johnston, do you have another question?
I just want a clarification for Councillor Natoli Joe. During our most recent discussion with the Weeds Group, there was a National Parks representative there, and I think it's fairly relevant that we're asking questions about just how much effort state is putting into this matter. They told us that they had a budget of less than $90,000 for weed control from Gympie south to the border. So it's they're not taking it seriously, as neither does TMR or any other government department, state government department.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Anyone else wish to speak? Any other questions? No. Okay. Councillor Suarez, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I will close. There's not really that much to add, but I just want to acknowledge that the role of biosecurity here on the Sunshine Coast and the works that are undertaken by a variety of teams is not easy work. So I really appreciate it. We have challenges with just trying to get the resources to do what we'd like to do. We have challenges in dealing with landowners who perhaps don't want to play their part. We have challenges with other areas such as, Councillor Johnston's mentioned before, who may not be as seriously resourced as we are, or taking it as, they're doing the best with what they've got as well. So it is a really challenging space, and I know the community expectation sometimes is very high. I appreciate that the teams are doing the best that they can, and I thank you for putting this plan there to guide them in the work that they're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillors, I will now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr Watson. And Mr Doolan, thank you. Thank you to the team. Now welcome Mr Newell to present for item 8.6. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, councillors. The purpose of this report is to present an updated Sunshine Coast storm tide study to Council for endorsement. This slide presents the key terminology for this report. Storm surge is a persistent rise above the normal tide level along a shoreline due to strong onshore winds and/or reduced atmospheric pressure, typically caused by large-scale severe weather events. Storm tide is the combined effect of storm surge and normal tide levels, and the greatest impact will occur when the storm surge coincides with the high tide. So we've referenced the Queensland Reconstruction Authority's Storm Tide Resilient Building Guidance when describing the two types of storm tide, which are inundation and waves. So inundation is the permanent water level during a storm event. Homes located further from the beachfront or close to tidal creeks could be inundated by storm tide. Waves are the intermittent water level during a storm event. So homes located closer to the beachfront could be inundated both by storm tide and affected by waves. And most storm tide damage is experienced by properties directly exposed to the incoming ocean waves within 200 metres of the open shoreline. So two notable issues recently arose that necessitated an update in our design storm tide information. We had the Bribie Island breakthrough in early 2022, which generated increased tide levels and wave action on land within close proximity to the Palmwoods Passage. And the other issue that arose was that we had new data from a number of recently installed tide gauges that Council installed, which indicated that the adopted storm tide levels may be underestimated in some small coastal creeks. So our currently adopted storm tide study by Oricon in 2013 focused on storm tide inundation only. The 2024 storm tide study by JBP, it investigated characteristics of wave action in exposed locations and infragravity waves in small coastal creeks. Open coast storm tide levels remain unchanged from the 2013 study, including 2100 levels in the Palmwoods Passage, as the 2013 study assumed no Bribie Island spit by 2100. However, the Bribie Island breakthrough has resulted in higher tide levels within Palmwoods Passage in present day So those levels have gone up, and we've got some mapping to show that towards the end of the presentation. The JBP study has also had 2 peer reviews, so these being by the Professor of Coastal Engineering at the University of Queensland and from the State Government Coastal Team. So infragravity waves, in December 2020 and in January 2022, new water level gauges installed by Council recorded storm tide heights that exceeded the adopted inundation levels in several small coastal creeks. So the storm tide authors reviewed these gauge readings, and they also looked at footage of Stoomas Creek during the 2022 event and concluded that these elevated levels were caused by infragravity waves, otherwise known as surf beat. And so they used that Stoomas Creek event and replicated that event through computer modelling. This report recommends that an uncertainty allowance above the inundation storm tide level be applied in the calculation of the minimum floor level. This additional allowance would be 0.4 of a metre or 400 millimetres, which when added to the planning scheme freeboard would result in a floor level freeboard of 0.9 of a metre or 900 millimetres. The additional freeboard areas extend to 55 metres from the edge of the relevant creek or canal, as this is the distance at which wave forces are estimated to be minimal. A number of products will be updated within Council's online mapping platform. Firstly, there's a defined storm tide event mapping. We have storm tide extent and hazard mapping for a range of probabilities and for current and 2100 climate. We are updating our disaster management storm tide hazard mapping, which is available on our Disaster Hub website. There'll be an addendum to the coastal hazard adaptation strategy mapping, just reflecting what's happened with Bribie Island in terms of present day tides. And the storm tide report will be available for download as well. So on to the mapping products. So this map here, you can see in that teal shading, it shows the defined storm tide event inundation, and the red cross-hatching represents the areas with additional freeboard for wave setup. So that teal inundation shading, the levels have not changed. The only changes in inundation extent relate to changes in ground levels between survey captures, regional survey captures. So additional freeboard has been applied to a number of small coastal creeks and up there at Lake Wyber. This slide shows a couple of scenarios concerning wave action for the defined storm tide event. So the image on the left shows what the wave action would look like with present day dune protection, whereas the picture on the right has used the 2100 shoreline that was generated from the coastal hazard adaptation strategy, where open coast erosion was assumed to occur. There is a pronounced difference between the two scenarios, demonstrating the benefit of protecting our dunes. This map is an update of the storm tide flood layer on Council's Disaster Hub platform, which shows storm tide levels at half-metre increments above highest astronomical tide. There are 2 notable changes in this layer. The increased tide levels in the Palmstone Passage has changed the tidal extents for adjacent land, and potential wave action areas for present day have been added to the Palmstone Passage and in small coastal creeks. An addendum to the previously endorsed coastal hazard adaptation strategy mapping layers will be added. Once again, the major feature is the increased tide levels in Palmstone Passage for present day climate. The map on the left shows the highest astronomical tide, where the map on the right presents the 1 in 100 storm tide inundation event. The red shading represents the increased tidal extent due to the Bribie Island breakthrough, noting that there are some earthworks changes within Pelican waters that have recently occurred. So in conclusion, the recommendations for this report are that Council receive and note the report entitled Sunshine Coast Stormtide Study 2024. B, endorse the Sunshine Coast Stormtide Study JBP 2024, which is attached as Appendix A. C, endorse the application of an additional 0.4 metre freeboard allowance for building floor levels in wave setup locations. And D, endorse the revision of Council's public flood mapping products, which include a defined stormtide event inundation and wave action and a disaster management stormtide hazard map.
Thank you, Mr Newell. Councillors, would someone like to move this item? Councillor Suarez, seconded Councillor Burns. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to highlight that this information is basically data and fact. And we had a storm tide study. We had a storm tide study in 2013. So it's not new, it's just updated. And it's updated to reflect the new data that we have received, to present the facts to our community and to our council on what the current situation can be. The increasing frequency and intensities of natural events in our region have had an impact on our natural environments, public infrastructure, and also on our residents' homes. The Bribie Island breakthrough was unprecedented. We were not expecting that on all of the modelling until 2040. It's occurred much sooner than that. This is having an impact on surrounding residents. We need to have the most accurate, up-to-date information for ourselves, for our planning, and for our residents to try and prepare for and mitigate the impacts that will occur. The newly installed tide gauges in a lot of our coastal creeks have provided that information, which show that we actually have higher levels of storm tide inundation than we had previously expected. We need to prepare. We need to prepare ourselves as council, and we need to help our community prepare so that they can build resilience into their homes. We also need to prepare from a local disaster management point of view. If we have severe storms, we need to know what's coming. We need to know what areas we need to quickly deploy to support residents in their homes. So I really appreciate the work that has been done. I know it's quite technical, and I know for some it can be, a bit scary. They can be fearful of this information, but I hope that those in the community feel secure that they have the knowledge at their fingertips to help themselves, just as we as council are now helping ourselves to prepare for what's coming in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When this report first was obviously presented to us as individual councillors, I was quite alarmed, and I still am. Obviously, reading through the report, as Councillor Maria spoke, it's very technical. The modelling that's actually been done, and obviously with the peer review and the report that you've had obviously taken by the consultant is quite extensive. But a couple of things I just wanted to highlight, and I may have a couple of questions as well for staff as well, is obviously the loss of Bribie Island and the changes in the Palmstone Passage. And obviously winding back to 2016, when the Queensland Government allocated $13 million to local government councils, LGAs, to obviously implement a CHAS. Well and good. Obviously every local government along the Queensland coast has to acknowledge the CHAS through the Q Coast 2100 and meet those forecasted climate events, sea level rises, and the changes in our weather. But one thing I just want to highlight as an important factor for the esplanade along Golden Beach is we recently, in the previous term, we received $4.5 million to project manage the works of TS Onslow, which were directly across the Bribie Island breakthrough. Now, that $4.5 million is made available to build 170 metres of that foreshore area. If you work on the length of the foreshore at Golden Beach, it's around 3 kilometres. And it's pretty easy to do the sums. You look at around $26,000 to $30,000 per cubic metre to build a seawall. It's pretty easy to look at, potentially we're looking at around $100 million of just a seawall along Golden Beach to protect a lot of those assets. And that's not even talking about the public infrastructure and what we actually have to do. So Councillor Joe made an excellent comment to me during the break in regards to our economic development and our presentation that we made in regards to what the benefit of our economy has grown over the last 10 years. And the amount of revenue that from our GDP that the state government has collected, it's in the billions of dollars. Now this is work that we're going to have to do in the future to advocate strongly for more financial support to protect a lot of our foreshore assets. The other question I'd just like to ask as well is what are we doing to obviously note the cost of those assets? I don't see anything forward projections in our budget in the next 10-year capital works, and I just wanted to, maybe if the team wanted to touch on the cost of those assets, how we're actually going to protect them, and the rollout for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Mr Hadrell, you'll come and answer that one. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor, look, the cost associated with protecting our coastal communities is daunting for coastal councils Australia-wide and globally. There's no question about that. You referred to the Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy. That was the first opportunity for us to collectively understand what are the future proposed or forecast threats to our coastal areas under the influence of climate change and associated sea level rise. And what are the potential treatment options that are available to us, whether it's protection, whether it's natural protection by enhancing and strengthening our dune systems, or indeed whether it's a level of retreat in some circumstances. The costs, are daunting, but I think the value of both the Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy that looks out to 2100, it gives us a long-term runway to help prioritise and understand what those works might be and what the costs might be over time. As part of the Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy, we were very fortunate to work both across council and also the key utility and asset owners from a state government and utility perspective to understand what infrastructure and assets exist within the public landscape. So we have a very good understanding mapped out of all of the public infrastructure that sits along the Golden Beach foreshore as an example and where that might be located. We also have a pretty good understanding and an increasing understanding of that asset life. So this is not about replacing all assets at once, at the same time, but if an asset is coming to the end of its life, and the renewal is being approached in 12 months' time, 5 years' time, or 20 years' time, how do we ensure that when that asset replacement is being designed and budgeted and costed for, that budget allows for increased resilience, perhaps a relocation of that asset, building it in such a way that it can tolerate the inundation from coastal hazards or storm tide for a period of time. And they're the questions that we're going to have to be asking ourselves as we go into all asset renewals within our coastal strip from a public land perspective. If you bring that into the nearer term, we've got a shoreline erosion management plan. So the SEMP document is the document that provides us our guidance and prioritisation of which assets we need to focus on and respond to and upgrade within a 10-year time frame. We've had a SEMP for a number of years and we're currently in the process of updating that SEMP and within the coming weeks we'll be having a conversation with our community around the next 10-year version of that shoreline erosion management plan. And then there are a number of I guess, more immediate projects, and those projects that have been escalated or brought forward as a result of storm damage or otherwise assets. The Golden Beach foreshore, the Jellicoe Street is one of those examples, and we've been incredibly fortunate to receive support from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority and through the DFRA, so the disaster funding process towards that. We need to increasingly have conversations with our state government and federal government colleagues at both a political and an officer level to really change the focus from a disaster recovery and response perspective to a very proactive approach to investing in priority infrastructure within our coastal zone. I'm pleased to say that those conversations have started both at a state and federal government level, and we'll need to continue to advocate for increased funding and an increased focus on proactive support to coastal councils, including the Sunshine Coast, for the design, the planning and the implementation of critical coastal infrastructure. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Hadrell. Councillor Landsberg.
You may want to stay there.
You have 2 more minutes to speak.
Oh, so, okay, I'll be very quickly. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to touch on, obviously, the resilient homes and obviously the increase in the freeboard. I know we can't control the Queensland Development Code, but in terms of building more homes with elevated floor levels and the issues that I'm really concerned about, low-lying properties within Golden Beach, if those neighbouring properties are actually going to build their floor level up, and they can realistically go up 0.9 of a metre to that freeboard level, what impact will that do to neighbouring properties in regards to sediment, erosion control, flooding? How are we going to keep our community informed? Because the changes in Bribie Island have just been absolutely dramatic, and the flooding and there's about 600 properties now within the buffer zone that have been recognised in the updated mapping. So how can we actually perform or provide increased information for some of these properties?
Indeed. Through you, Madam Mayor, I might start with a response, and I might need to hand over to my colleagues here who are leading the report here today. Again, I think the importance of this conversation is awareness and raising awareness early to our community. As a council, it's entirely appropriate when new information comes to our attention and knowledge, whether it's flooding or storm tide flooding or storm tide inundation, that we give every opportunity for our community to be aware of that. My understanding is this report is very much about giving, if someone is looking to build a new home, do a major renovation of their home, what are the steps and measures and approaches that they can take to increase the resilience of their homes? Our current planning scheme allows for a 0.8 metre of a level increase in sea level rise, and residents are able to lift their properties by that amount. We are incredibly mindful as a council that where there are some low-lying communities that, if we were to rise a road, what does that mean for a private property next door? If a property owner was to lift their property, what does that mean for their neighbours? If we were to put a seawall along the full length of Golden Beach to provide a level of protection, what does that mean for stormwater management? What does that mean for localised flood management? And so where that takes us is not dealing with these issues in isolation. We very much need to take a place-based approach to coastal hazard management. We need to take a very place-based approach to the integration between flood modelling, between stormwater management, between public infrastructure works, and do it in an integrated and sequenced way. And while as a council, we are not responsible for the protection of private property infrastructure, we are responsible for the management of public infrastructure. It is no doubt a role for council to play in continuing to educate, make our community aware, and to support the sequencing and the timing of activities that occur, so they don't disadvantage or impact on either private or public infrastructure. And I would suggest, Councillor Landsberg, that our role will increasingly need to play in that space around how we inform, how we coordinate and support the sequencing of works to make sure that others are not disadvantaged as a result of those activities.
Was there someone else who wanted to add to the answer? Yeah, thank you.
So just to add to that answer, the proposal there and recommendation C is that it's a 400 mil increase to the freeboard, not a 900 mil increase. And that is limited to locations adjacent to coastal creeks. So it doesn't apply to the location that you mentioned, Golden Beach. At Golden Beach, the floor levels are defined by future climate, so the defined flood event, and extending back to the 2013 study and the 2014 planning scheme. the floor level requirement there has always been for an open coast condition. It has always assumed a breakthrough of Bribie Island, so the floor levels at Golden Beach remain unchanged in terms of new building construction.
Thank you, Mr Smythe. Councillor Landsberg.
Really quick. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to quickly read a comment in the report by JPB, just for obviously maybe for the public. The protection offered by Bribie Island is not considered a permanent feature due to ongoing erosion, recession and the recent breakthrough. All future scenarios consider the northern end of Bribie Island to be completely eroded. Under this scenario, Golden Beach becomes the open coastline with a potential erosion zone extending back to the Esplanade. I just want to highlight the need that back to the 2014 Bribie Island breakthrough study that Council did and the forecasted changes. Existing in the previous term of Council, a state government did a quick report in terms of my apologies, not a quick report, but an overview report on was it man-made influences. Basically, the report just said it was a natural occurring event. There are many, many questions out there still unanswered by that the community want answered, and I look forward to. I feel that we really need an independent report done by someone external to look at the reasons why this has changed and it's still so dynamic today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Jeff, for the work that you've done. We're really blessed to have people like you work for Council and provide the expertise in being able to put these plans together. I did want to ask a question, and maybe it goes to the CEO in regards to the additional 0.4. The freeboard takes it now to 0.9. What does that actually do to building heights in terms of, is that then regarded as a natural ground level, the additional 0.9, or is it, you know, how does that impact the 8.5 metres if someone wanted to build a two-storey home?
Sorry, did you want me to speak to that? Yeah, because you've been working with the planning scheme team.
Thank you, Mr Smythe will answer that question for us. Just your microphone. Thank you. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so in response through the chair. Councillor Natoli is correct. The building heights are tied to minimum floor levels and not just ground level, natural ground level. So there will be an impact on building height, although our analysis has shown that the location which is, I guess, the highest likelihood of being affected by this change are the new lots in Pelican Waters. Those lots already have a ground level which is at a level where the impact of this change is about only 150 mils in terms of the change to the nominal floor level which the flood study has adopted for Pelican Waters and what we would be advising on a flood information search. So, yeah, just to clarify, in real terms, the impact is likely to only be 150 mils.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Crispin. I had a really interesting conversation with Councillor Landsberg the other day about what more Council needs to do, because the plans are really essential. I mean, we've got a duty of care and responsibility to be able to provide these plans and inform our community, but that then creates a whole range of scenarios. And my concern in the past has been, you know, where redevelopment happens and they build up, and Crispin, you and I have dealt with overland flows and the impacts of those, and we've dealt with that. My concern is that storm surges are completely different in terms of how we manage that, and what happens when you have two houses on either side one property that are raised and then the stormwater comes through, what happens to the velocity of that water when it's going through that gap? Does it intensify because of the narrow of the gap? What happens when you model a whole scenario of a number of those happening? And that to me is a question that I haven't had answered, and I'm not sure this is not the role of what you're meant to do, but I think there's other work that needs to be done for us to better understand how we can protect our community and what we need to do to be able to understand what those impacts are and the likelihood. So if you could just address that part.
So in response through the Chair, as Councillor Suarez mentioned earlier, this report is a technical study. It provides Council and the community with information to better understand what the hazard is. As Mr Newell spoke to in the presentation, we have prepared this study with knowledge that the Queensland Reconstruction Authority had prepared a document for storm tide resilient building guidance. And so that's where there's this intersection of our study and the work that the Queensland Reconstruction Authority have done. People who are looking to build their homes in storm tide affected areas will be able to use the information from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority's storm tide resilient building guidance, and if they follow that guidance, then a lot of those issues that you are concerned about will be well managed.
And just finally, my concern is obviously for those people who can't afford to raise their homes, whether they're elderly people, on fixed incomes, don't have the capacity or the will at their stage of life to want to address that issue. And they're the ones that are often the vulnerable ones. They're the ones that are impacted by these long-term outcomes. As buildings do pick up, then, I think we've got a duty to pass this information onto the state government in particular. I mean, we've seen where they've bought out properties where flooding issues have been a constant problem for them. But I think in the future, they've got to come up with some type of supporting fund that can help the people that are less well off in our community, that have the least capacity to be able to mitigate these types of events. So the other thing I think we need to do is really another level of work is in terms of our disaster management is really the advanced warning to really understand what will trigger the scenarios where storm events are likely to happen. What is it, a model that could be worked up that we can understand that there's a high probability that there will be a storm surge and at certain heights and intensification. So I think we've got more work to be done. This is just a start, but I'm concerned that it needs to be picked up. Now, we don't have a resolution that sort of picks up the follow-up work, but I hope that the CEO has made notes of those. But I think we have a duty to protect our community and understand the vulnerable, understand the impacts, and understand what we can do to support our community. Advanced warnings, actions that we take to be able to mitigate and reduce the impacts to those affected residents is really, I think, the next lot of work that we're going to take. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Acting CEO Deborah Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Councillor Natoli, I've taken a number of actions as a result of this conversation today. But importantly, all of the links that will go out with this information to the public on all of those other matters that exist across the pieces of work that have been done by whether it's Queensland Reconstruction Authority or others to advise. And then, of course, our planning scheme is the other component of this, that these need to be incorporated into that as well. But the important part for this information, as Councillor Suarez has already spoken to earlier, is getting this information out to our public as soon as we can. It's onerous on us to not get that out to the public and not have the public understand that this is going to impact into the future potentially. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Robinson. Continuing, Councillor Bunnag.
Thank
you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much, Jeff, Crispin, James, for your work on this. Really appreciated. I think it's important that we recognise that this is a data set that actually informs land use decisions in the future. It's not the end of that decision-making process, which is really, really important. And if I reflect on some of the comments that I heard at the LGAQ conference in Brisbane that I was lucky enough to attend with some of the other councillors, Major General Jake Elwood from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, he said, hope is not a method. So, you know, we can hope for the best in terms of how climate change pans out in the future, but the reality is we have to start planning for this now. And this data that we have, that we're presenting to the community today, is part of that conversation. And there's a few things that I wanted to touch on as to why we're actually doing it, apart from embracing the challenge of actually planning for this in the future. And the first thing is, if we reflect on the Flood Commission inquiry of 2012, which was in response to some of the most significant floods that this state had seen, with over 70% of Queensland flooded, there were some very, very hefty recommendations made through that process, and it was not a tick and flick exercise. This was a commission of inquiry done by the then Justice Catherine Holmes, who later became the Chief Justice, and there were some really important statements in the report that were made. And one of the statements was that mapping for use by the public should provide information that is useful to them in their decisions about land planning and in response to an emergency. And that's a particular recommendation that was made by the Commission of Inquiry in relation to those floods. And that's why we're doing this here today. We are doing this so that we have an informed community, that we can make informed decisions about public-facing infrastructure, and so that people can make decisions about private-facing infrastructure into the future. I guess what I was particularly interested in terms of the data was around the storm tide wave action, and in particular the difference that can be made by having adequate dune protection versus inadequate dune protection, particularly in my division, in Division 8, along the Marcoola to Majimba stretch. If you see the difference in mapping between a protected dune space and a space without protection, it's quite distinct and vastly different outcomes. And if I reflect on what we have happening at the moment in Marcoola, we have been responding to a very significant poisoning event that has happened on our foreshore in Marcoola, one of the largest that we've experienced on the Sunshine Coast in our history. And Council's response to that has been very, very, very harsh, in the sense that we have put up turtle screening, we have put up security cameras. And the reason being is because we know the importance, based on this data, of protecting our dunal system, not just for our public, not just for our turtles and the like, but also for the infrastructure that we are going to be putting into those areas into the future. That is the importance of our dune systems. And I think when people see this mapping and see this data, I hope they can appreciate why it's so important that we have people from our Coast Care volunteering each and every week doing that work to restore our dunes. The final thing that I want to say is that when I saw this report and saw the mapping, the immediate question that I had for our team was around insurance and insurability going forward. And I'd like to thank the team for taking that on board and seeking some advice and a conversation with the Insurance Council of Australia. And they have provided a response, having seen this particular piece of work, which is that the Insurance Council of Australia advises that insurers generally do not offer cover for property damage caused by an action of the sea. Your home and contents insurance should therefore not be affected by this study. And I think that's really important for us to draw a line in the sand, so to speak, that if you are seeing a change in your premium and your insurer says that they are doing this because of a particular part of this study, I would encourage you to pick up the phone to them and say that that is not the case. That is not the case, and dispute it, and work with council when the time comes around understanding how this may impact your property in 70 years' time. So from my perspective, I'm very, very comfortable with what we have in the report, because it's important to inform the community. It's important to inform the decisions that we will be making going forward. And I'd like to thank the team for not just doing this themselves. This has been a process that's been peer-reviewed by the University of Queensland. It's been peer-reviewed by the department that is responsible for this, and ultimately it's for the betterment of our community going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bunag. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that, Councillor Bunag. It felt like a bit of a mic drop at the end there. A question for Mr Newell. In terms of the 2 peer reviews, what was the feedback that was received through those reviews? I appreciate that it's been implemented into the study report itself, but I'm just curious as to what was some of those bits of feedback.
Thank you, Councillor Burns, and through you, Madam Mayor. I suppose the peer reviews were there to, the primary focus of the peer reviews was to review the studies and come up with are there any issues with the studies, things that need more work. I guess the University of Queensland Professor of Coastal Engineering, his focus had a strong focus on the infragravity waves. That was certainly I think the fact we were able to have video footage to give him was quite important, because there's not a lot of that information around, and even the recording of levels and that, there's really not a lot of data around. So for him it was a bit of an eye-opener really in terms of being able to take that information on board. But he kind of basically confirmed what our authors were seeing, and he generally just had some other comments that one of the things often you do need large events to actually occur to actually get good information. So I think that was just he kind of tried to talk to large events that have happened historically, next time you get a large event, make sure you got gauging there and good analysis of it. So that was pretty good, obviously the usual proofreading issues that arise in reports, but it was just good to get that confirmation that a lot of the technical stuff was consistent with what they were thinking.
Great, thank you. Really appreciate it. So just with the infragravity waves, which are mentioned through the study, have not been really adequately or readily observed in those coastal creeks before, but in our newly installed tidal or water gauges in those creeks allowed us to see the spike, but we actually had footage. So they're an unknown phenomenon in some ways.
Thanks again, Councillor Burns. Through you, Madam Mayor. I guess it's a phenomenon that's always been there, but it's one of those things. If you don't record the data doesn't exist. So the fact that we'd record the levels, I guess, then it really posed the question, why are these levels so high? And that therefore then, I guess, set the ball in motion for that investigation to confirm that they were infragravity waves. And certainly the pulsing of those waves in through those coastal creeks, it's unless you've got data there to record the information, it's very hard to get real data, and video footage always helps as well, because that just confirms some other aspects of the event.
Well, congratulations and well done for collecting what is obviously nation-leading data. Brilliant. For me, this study is important, and other councillors have already recognised that. This week too, at the LGAQ conference, I was struck at the Coastal Council segment that the smaller councils that were there, they spoke so glowingly and powerfully about the need for study and planning capacity that comes from things like this. When we are fortunate to have highly skilled and capable staff in this organisation who can collect best data that can inform our best planning. And I think for our community that really should be recognised as something of comfort, that actually we have people doing really good work that will support our community into the future. Our other coastal councils around the state recognise when they're small and they really need help. They recognise that when they develop their coastal hazard adaptation strategies, that suddenly allowed them to plan. They suddenly were able to actually access the grant funding to improve the public infrastructure that was required to protect their towns. And so I think that is important too for us to recognise that it's not actually only ours to fund, that there will be state and federal funding available, to Councillor Landsberg's point earlier. And that is an important piece of the puzzle. And so for me, I am supportive of this because I think the potential impacts are concerning. But we have a line of sight now that actually gives us capacity to be as best prepared as possible. We understand that with climate changing, that 90% of our community in our recent Living on the Sunshine Coast survey said that they recognise the impacts of climate change. 90% of our community say there is no doubt. Some of them were saying it's already impacting them now, others are saying it will impact them within their lifetime. It is irrelevant how it's formed, they see the impact. And so this work is vital to assuring these residents of ours who are doing their best to change and adjust the way that they live in harmony with this place that we call home. And this allows that planning to take shape. And so I appreciate the work that the team have done really grateful for it. And probably just as an observation of note, in Brighton, in Brisbane, along Flinders Parade, they've elevated the freeboard height there for a number of years. And so when you drive along Flinders Parade now, you will go past houses the entire length of that are already elevated well above like a metre or more up. And there are the situations where it's just been occurring over time where houses are redeveloped, that there are houses higher than others. But I used to live there, so I've actually seen that change occur over a number of years. And so the freeboard elevations is not a thing that's been just ours to come up with. It's common and it is a good practice in terms of planning and mitigation. So thank you to the team, really appreciate it. And here's hoping that our best plans actually see us avoid the worst of the impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Dixon.
Just through you, Madam Mayor, probably to the CEO, whilst I realise all the plans and strategies that need to be updated and probably planning scheme policies in the new town plan, is there anything we can do to put property notes on homes within the catchment so they are fully aware of this? I know that there's education pieces, etc., but nothing hits home harder than a property note.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Dixon. I'm just trying to think about, we've done that in the past. We've certainly done property notes in the past, so it can be done in our system. But I'd probably need to just take that on notice and have a look at how many properties and what type of notes we might put on those properties. So let me take that away and come back to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Robinson. Councillor Dixon, any more questions? No. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hungerford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to go back to the maps showing the flooding, the floodplain in the region.
You able to do that, Mr Newell? Just click. Oh, we're working on it.
Yeah, keep going. That's not the one I'm after.
Jeff, you wait. The girls will do it. Sorry.
Yeah. That's the one.
Is that the one? Okay, great.
Now, I'd like to point out the area there called the Blue Heart. I know Councillor Maria and Taylor have mentioned this one earlier in the meeting today. See how extensive that floodplain is. And the Blue Heart's very important. And I've been made aware that there's certain entities that are lobbying for that Blue Heart to be removed. And I'd like to actually highlight Taylor's suggestion before it's a state election this Saturday to ask where the candidates stand on supporting that Blue Heart designation and removing it and allowing development in that area. Because I believe if development was allowed there to be very serious and how you'd make it work when that's the major floodplain in the whole region. I think it's a very important issue to put focus on. And I'd be concerned if that was to happen, how that would work as far as the hydrology. If they lift it up, whether it floods other areas that have currently got residents on it, and how that would work. So I'm very concerned that there are those lobbying to have that changed and rezoned to being able to allow development. And I think Taylor's made a very sensible suggestion there, and I highly support that.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Did you have any other comments or questions?
No, I support this, and our work into this in the future with the climate change reality is going to be very important in protecting communities in the future and people from the impacts of that. And that's a responsibility we have, and to do that planning now, because this stuff won't be happening straight away. It's already starting to happen. But in the 10, 20, 30, 40 years' time it's affecting people, we'll have the responsibility of getting this right. I believe this goes a long way towards that.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. And I just got a couple of questions, and I wish to thank Councillor Bunag for bringing some logic and reason back to this. Could you let us know how many lots will be impacted at the moment by the increased freeboard?
Thank you, Councillor Law, and through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we've had another kind of, as this study's gone through its processes, we keep getting new lots added, and it's almost 850 lots at the moment. So, and most of those lots are within Pelican waters. So, there's some of the more incised coastal creeks, for example, Two-Way Creek, very incised. So the land that's actually adjacent is high enough anyway. So, but as Crispin alluded to earlier, many of those lots, those new lots, I guess, are high enough that they could almost fully take into account that additional freeboard. There are also some areas where infragravity waves may occur, but regional flooding actually becomes the dominant flood mechanism anyway. So, so I guess the minimum floor level in those locations won't change.
Thank you very much for that. So around 850 lots, we'll be really keen to get this new information. So thank you for that. Mr. Smythe, you mentioned about this report does not change at all what we already know is happening in Palmerston Passage due to the Bribie Island breakthrough. Could you just explain that again to make sure I understand what you said and what's written in the report, that this doesn't change the 2013 report? Could you just explain that again so I know I've got it?
In response, through the Chair. When we did the study in 2013 and we prepared the maps for the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme in 2014, assumptions were made because the defined flood event for the planning scheme, current planning scheme, it has a planning horizon of the year 2100. So we accounted for the 0.8 metre sea level rise in preparing the flood mapping. And we also made the assumption that the likelihood was that Bribie Island breakthrough would occur prior to 2100. And the likely condition at 2100 would be that there would be an open coast condition and that it would be prudent for all new buildings to take that into account, and that the floor levels should account for an open coast condition. And that's what's been occurring with the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme since its implementation in 2014.
Excellent, thank you. So we've been preparing for Bribie Island to not be there, the tip of Bribie Island, I should clarify, to not be there since 2014. And the study done now hasn't changed that.
In response through the Chair, that is correct.
Right, thank you. So we've also learned from this, sorry, no, another question. What was that? No, I better keep going because I've lost my question there. Maybe it'll come to me. We also heard around the dunes and how important they are to protect us. Since we've had this recent poisoning event, I've been to have a look and it's quite horrendous. I think you're absolutely right. It's just a complete outrage what has been done. And I found it particularly fascinating that it happened in a place where there have been new houses recently built. And the land value there currently, I think I saw, was about 1.3 million just to buy the chunk of land. And it's an outrage that adjacent to that new land sales is where we've had our worst ever dunal damage. And that is what will protect us in the future. And this report and all of the work we know through this and through Chas tells us that to be so. So we have to be really sensible about this. This report provides us with information to make decisions. And it will help us make good decisions. And hopefully it will help us as a community to come as one and make sure that we do not allow the destruction of our coastal environment, because it will impact this area and it will make some of the most expensive real estate unlivable if we continue to destroy it. It's illogical. And I've remembered my question. Is the report that was commissioned and peer-reviewed by university and by government departments, do you consider that to be an independent report?
In response through the Chair, yes, I do consider it to be an independent report.
Thank you very much. No other questions, and I will be supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. I have a question. 850 lots impacted. How many of those, roughly, if you have an idea, are currently already built on, and how many are vacant lots?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the number of vacant lots is just over 50. So hence, yeah, the balance of those lots obviously have houses on them. Yeah.
And we've heard that those houses should not be having their insurance impacted. We've heard that already. And so the raising of the freeboard would impact them if they were renovating, but otherwise they just sit and are aware of this knowledge. Is that what would happen here?
Yes, I guess it's good to be aware of that information. Once again, the Queensland Reconstruction Authority's Storm Tide Building Resilience Guidelines might be worth consulting if you're in those areas. I think that's probably the most prudent thing to do.
Great, thank you, and thank you for all of your work and for providing us with this level of detail, and so that we as decision makers, but also the community more broadly, can be aware. So thank you all. No more speakers. Okay, councillors. Councillor Suarez, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to everyone for the contributions to this discussion and debate. I think I will bang the drum on dune protection as well, seeing as two of my fellow councillors highlighted it. I never will apologise, and I never have apologised for putting great big ugly signs in locations where vegetation has been damaged or removed, because it is not an individual's right to destroy public environment for their own betterment. That dunal system, as someone mentioned, it protects for us. It doesn't protect it for us, it protects it for the individuals that live there. It protects our public infrastructure, but it is protecting homes. So don't do it. If you do it, we will do our best to find you, and we will do our best to prosecute you, and we will ensure that there's a great big ugly sign right in front of you blocking that view. So enough on that one. I just wanted to touch on some things other people have raised. Councillor Burns raised this report gives us the ability to plan, and his experience with seeing that freeboard happen over time. It's an incremental thing, and just as we heard, when council looks at their infrastructure, when it's at the end of that life cycle or end of that asset, it gives you the opportunity to then build something that's more resilient. And people can do that with their own home. Removal of the blue heart. Thank you, Ted. It'd be interesting to remove a blue heart. It's a huge flood system, and the only way to remove it would be to allow intensive development occurring through there. Our existing planning scheme since 2014 had not allowed it, and I'd be very highly surprised if our new planning scheme would allow it. It's certainly not our intention to allow it on that site. Homes in the Blue Heart flood regularly, and many of those landowners have built resilient homes. They're either high on poles or they're made of materials that can withstand inundation. And that's what we can do in any areas where you may be prone to inundation, whether it's storm tide or regular flooding. In 2007, my family moved to Brisbane. I had some experience working in the property industry, and I made 100% sure that the home that we purchased was above the Q100 level. In 2011, the floods occurred in Brisbane. Our house that was above Q100 flooded. We were fortunate that we only received about 600 mils of flooding through that home. Houses down the end of our street were flooded through to the rooftops. When we bought that home, there was some ugly blue carpet downstairs, smelly ugly blue carpet, I've got to say, and we did some renovations. During that renovation, we just chose materials that we liked and, we enjoyed. After that flooding, a lot of those materials were damaged and we had to replace them. Had I known that that place was likely to flood, I would have chosen different materials. Instead of putting floating floors downstairs, I would have put tiles or maybe polished concrete or something like that. I would have used marine ply in the lower half of the walls. I would have not had cabinets in the bathroom that went down to the floor. I would have lifted the motor for the air conditioning unit in the garage. There are lots of things that you can do, that you can live in your home where you can get inundated and you can just clean it out and keep on keeping on with minimal damage. So there are things that people can do. And if you're not at the point of having to knock down your whole house and rebuild it above flood level, be smart. When you are doing works in your house, be smart. When we were at the LGAQ conference and we were at the coastal session, I was there with Councillor Burns and Councillor Bunnag, there was a case study about Corumba, which is in the Carpentaria, and how they had received a lot of erosion and their assets were at risk of falling into the sea. They were very reactive. They had to be very reactive to try and sort of stabilise that environment, and then now they are planning and they are building a seawall there. This storm tide study means that people can be proactive and they don't have to be reactive. So while I know it's scary and it can cause some fear for some people, this actually gives you assurance and hopefully comfort to be prepared. And I'll just go back to the incident that I had in 2011 during the flooding, and I'll just talk about our experience and our neighbours' experience. We all did it differently. We had very little warning and we all did it differently because none of us were prepared. So one neighbour spent all day on the computer checking out what the next update was and did nothing to try and make their home resilient. The neighbour on the other side was so fearful he just went to bed and did nothing. My partner and I was 4 months pregnant at the time, we lifted everything we could up off the floor and out to somewhere where it could be resilient. But with this, people have got a lot of time to prepare. So please have a look at the study if you're in the affected areas and think about what you might do should you be inundated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillors, I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much to the team. Thank you all for joining us here. And councillors, as it is after 1 o'clock, I propose that we take a lunch break now and reconvene in 30 minutes for the rest of the agenda. Thank you. Welcome back, councillors. Thank you for joining us. Lovely to have you here on the live stream and in the chamber as we continue our afternoon. We're going to move on now to item 8.1. point 7, and we welcome Mr. Slatton. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors and Madam Mayor. The purpose of this report is to enable council to consider amendments to the Caloundra South Infrastructure Agreement to include developer obligations pertaining to the provision of aquatic facility within a major recreational park referred to as People's Place that is to be located adjacent to the future town centre. It's proposed that a deed of variation to the infrastructure agreement be drafted and agreed between the parties comprising Economic Development Queensland, Stockland and Sunshine Coast Council to include the necessary amendments to ensure all the developer obligations to ensure all the necessary amendments are included to ensure the developer obligations associated with the aquatic facility are appropriately secured. The key principles of the proposed deed of variation include specific provisions relating to the construction of the aquatic facility and associated infrastructure at no cost to council, establishment of a lagoon sinking fund over a 30-year period, provision of a lagoon operating contribution, extended lagoon defects period, and establishment of infrastructure standards to which the aquatic facility is to be constructed. The People's Place is intended to be an exciting new South Bank-style urban parkland destination for the Sunshine Coast, offering a wide range of attractions, leisure facilities and event spaces that will be a drawcard for residents and visitors of all ages. It's in the southern portion of the People's Place that Stockland proposed to provide an aquatic facility similar to Streets Beach at Brisbane's South Bank and Orion Lagoon at Springfield. The People's Place South Parkland is set within an area of 5 hectares and comprises the aquatic facility with 2,100 square metres of water surface area and a maximum depth of 1.8 metres. It also includes integrated art with water play, pop jets and a rain curtain, dedicated kiosk, manager office, first aid room and staff facilities, dedicated plant room, barbecue nodes, shelters, amenities and change facilities. It also includes all abilities access, including a dedicated changing places amenity. It also includes outdoor event spaces, urban forest play zones and a Kabi influenced botanical zone. It's currently programmed for the aquatic facility to be operational by late 2026. Council engaged the services of Liquid Blue, who are the subject matter experts in the planning, design, construction and operation of large aquatic facilities. Liquid Blue have been advising the council team since 2022 to ensure a safe and high quality aquatic facility is ultimately contributed to council and that all associated costs are understood. As the design of the aquatic facility was refined, increased certainty in relation to the construction methodology, renewal and maintenance costs materialised. This facilitated development of a comprehensive schedule of maintenance and renewal for the lagoon and associated plant. That included all costs over a 30-year period, which informed Council's negotiating position. All parties have now reached agreement on terms and developed a deed of variation which details all the obligations relating to the provision and maintenance and the renewal of the aquatic facility, including an additional contribution towards operating costs. Through negotiations, the team were able to reach agreement on an extended defect period for the aquatic facility that now totals 3 years. A 2-year increase on the typical defect period that's associated with on-maintenance period for normal developer-contributed works. Furthermore, the proposed deed of variation now includes details relating to infrastructure standards to which the aquatic facility must be constructed, including standards that relate to the lagoon shell and structural components, the lagoon finishes and fixtures, the lagoon pump room and systems, the lagoon kiosk and office buildings, public amenity and change room buildings, and the plant room building. So the team have been working on developing a risk hazard management plan and has been developed for stage 1 of the project, and draft risk management plans are in development for stage 2 and 3. These risk management plans will develop a risk framework that outlines accountability, responsibility and governance. The 3 phases of the project include Phase 1, design and construction, Phase 2, asset handover, Phase 3, water safety and operations. The project team will continue to work closely with Stockland, Council's insurer and other stakeholders to ensure the facility and surrounding areas are designed and constructed in accordance with the highest industry standards. Regular meetings throughout each stage of the project will allow the team to create and maintain a live risk register, ensure strong mitigation strategies are in place, and ensure all relevant guidance is available to support the risk assessment process. Madam Mayor and Councillors, it's recommended that Council receive and note this report and delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to finalise and execute the deed of variation to the Caloundra South Priority Infrastructure Agreement and also make that available.
Thank you. Councillors, do I have someone to move? Councillor Broderick. Someone to second? Councillor Natoli. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Broderick, would you like to speak to this motion?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. And just a really big thank you to the team, because it's been such a work in progress, and to get to the stage where we're at with Stockland in particular, to get the additional 3 years to look after it, to get to where we are with the sinking fund, and just to come to where we are to put this proposal together. I know it's been a huge amount of work, so thank you very much for all your work that you've done there and continue to do. We know it's a work in progress. This is a significant and exciting, and it's also an expected development for Aura. So most residents in there have purchased knowing that this is going to be going ahead. So that's added extra pressure. It does come at high risk for us because it's an asset that we will then, as council, have to take over. And I just want to thank the team here for the ways in which they've looked at that risk and mitigated it. They've done the research, they've seen other places, they've made sure that they've done all that work there as well. So we're looking at a people's place that is not just the lagoon area, but a part of a bigger picture. So it'll be surrounded by other entertainment and eating facilities and a shopping precinct. A precinct that will be easily accessible by our Sunshine Coast direct line. From Biwar, there will be a train station right there that then goes through to Caloundra and hopefully further on. It will be completely accessible by pathways for active transport as well as roadways as well. So this is the development, the heart of Aura that people are expecting as well. So I just wanted to open up with that. I know that my colleagues have a number of questions as well just regarding our finances and our risk, but just want to take this time again to thank you guys for all the great work that you've been doing in this space. Know how much work it's taken and how many years, and thank you for working as hard as you have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one question. The sinking fund and the responsibility, it's CPI adjusted. Is that factual? Yes.
Just a moment.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Perhaps through you, we might go into confidential session if there is a need to discuss any matters relating to finance and in particular attachment 4 and 5 of the agenda. Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Johnson, but I thought it might be prudent if we're going down that path to do so at that point in time.
Yes, the CEO and I were attempting to speak there so thank you for jumping in there. Councillors, is someone prepared to move that we close the meeting to discuss the confidential attachments in agenda item 8.7? Okay. Should we go into confidential so that we can discuss what the issues are, and then we'll be sure that we are following the appropriate protocol? So, Councillor Broderick, you'll move. Yes? And Councillor Landsberg will second the motion. So I'll put the motion that we go into a confidential session to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, that is carried unanimously. We'll now go into closed session. Thank you. Welcome back to the meeting. We will consider item number 8.7, which is where we were. And I'll also just bring to the attention that number C there of the officer recommendation does authorise the Chief Executive Officer to make available the deed of variation number 5, attachment 4, following finalisation and execution by all parties. So that information will be made public as soon as the deed is executed. So it will be available for public scrutiny and totally available. So now we'll continue with the speakers to this motion, and Councillor Hungerford, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very short on this one. I put my finance hat on. I'd like to congratulate Stocklands and importantly our team for negotiating this. Wonderful facility that's going to be there for community use, but the way this has been worked out with the deeds of variation and the whole of life costs and everything, it will not be an undue burden on the ratepayers, and I think that's very commendable, and I'm very pleased with the outcome of this. So all the team and the staff that worked on this, excellent job, and I'm very impressed with it, and I wholeheartedly support this today.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought I should actually just rise to comment on the staff's engagement with obviously Stocklands and this development. During the previous term of council, we actually did a tour of the site out there and had a look at what was proposed. And exactly, just want to reiterate Councillor Hungerford's words there in terms of de-risking the financial cost to council for over many, many years in the future. A wonderful outcome, and well done to the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. There are no other councillors to speak. Okay, Councillor Broderick, would you like to close? No? Okay, I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, team. Well done. Thanks for that. And we will move now to item 8.8, and Mr. Costello, we welcome you to the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Afternoon all. Present the September financial performance report. As at the end of September, Council's operating result of $124.4 million was ahead of current budget by $2.8 million. Revenue was ahead of budget by $3.1 million, and expenses ahead of budget by $286,000. The major components on the revenue, waste cleansing charges were above budget year to date by about $1.9 million. Holiday parks, fees and charges, $720,000 ahead of budget. Interest received from investments was behind budget by about $630,000. The expenditure, there were contract expenses below budget for parks and gardens, transport, network and environmental operations, and employee costs were above budget by $1.6 million, that's around about 4%. Our capital works program, there was $62.4 million of the $245 million capital works program financially expended, which is about 25.5%. On the core program, that was just under $38 million of the $143.5 million core capital program, which is about 26.3%. In line with last year, so it's a good start to the year. On the cash, council cash at the end of September, $255 million. Council's debt at the end of September, $433.8 million. We made a debt repayment in August of $12.6 million, and our anticipated borrowings, which we're likely to draw down in June of next year, $20.3 million. Those borrowings will be reviewed at Budget Review 2, which will come to Council Ordinary Meeting in December. On our investments, Madam Mayor, there's currently 8 term deposits totalling $80 million, ranging up to 179 days, and the weighted average interest rate on return is just over 5%. So just in relation to all of those numbers, there are some risks that we have in front of us. A key element of our long-term financial sustainability is a targeted operating result being achieved. We are drawing particular attention through Budget Review 2 of our revenue targets. Also the delivery of $14.7 million of savings initiatives that are included in the operating result. failure to achieve the budget operating result will impact our short and long-term financial sustainability, and continued monitoring of the delivery of the capital works program within budget and scope and cost is very important. The confirmation of capital works deferrals will be addressed during the budget review 2 process, and also the variations that in the operating statement for revenue and expenses, those items will also be addressed through budget review 2. And the recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Can I have someone to move the recommendation? Councillor Hungerford, and second, Councillor Broderick. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Hungerford, would you like to speak to the motion?
Mayor, I've got one question. Why is this so late in the agenda? This is the best item and the most dynamic.
Oh, Councillor Hungerford, we wanted to make you wait till the best.
Okay. Look, very pleasing result for our monthly thing here. The operating result, 124 million, that's 2.3% above current budget. The operating revenues are 1.3 million higher. Waste collections and waste levy are above budget, and the holiday parks as well, so that's a very healthy position. Operating expenses only 0.2% higher than budget, which is not a worry. Materials and services under budget by 1.6 million. Contract expenditure below budget on environmental operations, parks and gardens, transport. It's all excellent. We've got 25% and 25.5% of our capital works, 62.4 million has been expended. We are getting a better run at it now than the first half of the year in the last budget, where we had prolonged wet weather for 4 months, so we're getting along excellently with our capital works. We've expended 37.7 million, or 26.3% of our core capital works. We have, and Michael's been through all of these, 255 million in our cash balance, and we've got low debt, and it's been very stable at 433.8 million. The one thing though Michael did start mentioning there is the savings that we need to find of 14.7 and some capital deferrals. To explain that, the increase in costs of delivering their services and new works, shortage of materials and costs going up in contracts, we've been able to weather that fairly well for the past 2 years because of our strong financial position. But when we're looking at, in some cases, those increases up to 30%, to pass that on to the ratepayers would not be sustainable. So we need to look at our capital works deferrals and our expenditure. Controlling your expenditure is better than passing on large rate rises to the ratepayers. So we have to look at that in this new budget. They're not easy things to look at because you've got to reduce expenditure in some areas, but to maintain our medium to long-term financial sustainability, that would be essential.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Michael and the team, for putting this together for us. Just in an effort to help everybody understand at home who wouldn't normally follow financial reports, just in regards to our operating result for revenue, our waste collections revenue is higher than budget for domestic bulk collections at 1.9 and commercial waste levy at 1.2. Can you let us know what that includes and how we come about having revenue for waste?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there will be some adjustments you'll see in budget review 2 because some of the waste levy components were not included on the revenue and expenses, so the budget may have been set a little bit lower in the original budget. But having said that, there will likely be a bottom line benefit, which we're still exploring with the waste management team. So the bottom line benefit will incorporate those increased revenues coupled with some of the increased expenses as well. You'll see in BR2, we think around about $1 to $1.8 million impact there will be there in a positive impact for our bottom line.
Thank you. Yeah, so just in regards to revenue in itself, how is it that we make money from waste? Where does the revenue come from? just to explain.
Okay. Through you, Madam Mayor, so that's our collections, our residential and commercial collections, which will show up on on your rate notices. So the components are made up of two, of price and of volume, the volume being increased for our number of properties and price for the increases that we had for the original budget. But as I mentioned, some of the adjustments, or some of the original budget perhaps was set a little bit lower than what it should have been. On our revenue side, and our expenses was perhaps a little bit lower as well, but the net result of that will be a bottom line increase for the waste business, which you'll see in budget review too.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bunnack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Mr Costello, for your report. Really appreciate it. Can I just, for the benefit of people in the room and also for people joining online, can you talk me through the difference in the forecast operating result for the year end, which I note started the year as an operating result of 22 million roughly, and now is down to around $10 million. Can you just talk us through that, please?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. What we have incorporated this year is a more up-to-date forecast, which is what that last column, as Councillor Bunnack has mentioned. There are a number of items in there, including the cleansing charges, where we think that our end-year result will be greater than the original budget. So you'll see that cleansing charges are 80.5 million against the original budget of 78.3. There are also interest on investments the other way. So the forecast for interest on investments to be 12.9 million against the original budget of 14.9. So that is our best estimate at this point in time with the data and the information that we have got as to our end-year position. The major change on our expenses is depreciation. So our depreciation expense, which has just been finalised for our last financial year through our closing of last financial year for the discussions with Queensland Audit Office. The revaluation process that we've run through for our assets has resulted in an increased depreciation, and that's the largest increase in expenses there. We've also looked at our employee costs, believing that we will be ahead of budget in employee costs at the end of financial year. Materials and services are down somewhat. So it is an estimate at this point in time as to where our position will be at the 30th of June. We will review that column as we work our way through the months. That column, as I mentioned about Budget Review 2, a number of those items will be reflected in Budget Review 2, which will show that our end-of-year operating result will be significantly lower than the original budget. Major components being those ones I've mentioned, of which depreciation is the highest one.
Thank you. And through Madam Mayor, Mr Costello, can you talk to us about what the operating result is used for and what it means? And secondly, if we don't have an operating result that is in surplus, what does that mean for this council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the operating result contributes towards our growth infrastructure. So of our developer contributions for new assets that we build in our capital program, we contribute 70% developer contributions, 30% from general rates. So that's capped at $12 million. So $12 million of our operating result to go towards our capital program. Then we have our debt repayment, our debt service repayment of around about $16 million or $14 million. And then also we collect environment levy, so we have an operating revenue for environment levy. We take around about $3 million of that, which is put aside for the purchase of environmental land. So that is why to get a sustainable cash position, we need to achieve an operating result that covers those three items. If we don't achieve that sustainable operating position, our cash balance decreases. And that's what we have seen, and particularly as a result of our interest on investments being lower than what we'd anticipated, because our cash balance is lower as a result of those items that we've just run through in the forecast.
Thank you, Mr Costello. Madam Mayor, I might speak to the motion now. Look, from my perspective, I think it's really important that the community understands where we are on this financial journey at the moment. We talked about transparency. A halving of the operating result forecast for the year end is not a great position to be in. And I think it's important that we're very, very open and honest with people about that. You've seen the risks that have been identified in the report earlier, about $14.7 million in savings needed to be found. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to work out that if that is not realised in terms of those savings, we eat into an already thin operating result of $10 million, and those two numbers do not add up. So I guess the reason I think it's important to draw this to the attention of not just my colleagues but the community is for that transparency, so that people understand the journey that we are on in terms of the work that we have to do as a council, which will be in partnership with the community around projects, but also delivering savings throughout the organisation from an operational perspective. So thank you for your work and thank you for bringing this to our attention, and appreciate that time.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnock. And no other speakers. And you are correct, financially responsible is what we need to be, and sustainable. So thank you for that. Thank you, Michael. And if there are no other speakers, Councillor Hungerford, would you like to close?
Well, probably on that, and I thank Taylor for his insights there. We are rated in Queensland Treasury in the top 4 councils in Queensland for financial management. I would like to think the council's been very sensible in the past, and we've had that high rating for a number of years. I would like to think this council will look at it very sustainably, and where we've got high inflation, high interest rates and high costs of producing things, that means when we look at our expenditures, we've got to get our costs down. To do that, we'll maintain being in that top 4 financial councils, and it's my intent to argue and work with everyone to keep us in that strong position. So I commend this report. We're well on our way here. We're going to the new budget. We will have to make some tough decisions, but that will keep us in good stead with the community and our credit ratings with QTC well into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillors, I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Costello. Thank you, team. Moving on to item 8.9, and I will hand over to the Acting Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, as the Audit Committee meeting has not yet been held for October 2024, this item is to be withdrawn from the October ordinary meeting agenda and will be considered at the November ordinary meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Robinson. Councillors, as there are no notices of motion today, we'll move on to petitions. Councillor Natoli, I believe you have a petition to table today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This petition reads, the local body corporates, owners, managers seek Council's commitment to A, not further reduce the number of all-day parking spots at Alexandra Parade, B, continue to monitor and restrict all-day/overnight camping in this area, and C, allow concessions for residents parking in this area in order not to disadvantage residents. We detail below. Look forward to hearing of such decisions in the near future. There's 21 signatures on this.
Thank you. Councillor Natoli's moved that the petition be received and referred to the CEO. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Johnston.
If I can just...
Speak, yes, I was just about to invite you to speak to the petition.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's been a number of petitions that I've received, and obviously a number of residents who have been affected by changes that we've had to make to try and restrict overnight camping, which has been quite prevalent in my area. We're not the only local government. You go to northern New South Wales, many local governments exclude car parking on waterfront properties, in particular car parking areas, overnight. So the problem is that it's affected a number of residents, and they're asking for resident parking permits to be introduced, and there's been a resistance in this council for that, but I hope that we could bring forward in the future options that will at least give these residents hope that we can deal with the problems that they have been impacted by. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And yes, that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Johnston, you have a number of petitions to table.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The first petition relates to a petition presented by Jill Kuramoto from the Woombye Community and Business Association, signed by 271 people, and it's been brought about by application MCU 23/0264, which is an application for a tower for proposed telecommunication facility. And without reading the whole thing, which is quite extensive, the people very strongly oppose the application, and I'll move that it be received.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Dixon. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Dixon. Now, Councillor Johnston, did you wish to speak to the petition?
Just to say that this is a follow-up application to a previous application which was withdrawn as a result of community uproar, and it's in a valley right down in the bottom, at the back of, on the northern side of Woombye, and you know, as most people are aware, these towers are fairly unsightly. It's in an urban area, it's in the urban area, and the community generally want it refused. So if Madam Acting CEO, if you could pass it on to the Town Planning Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. The motion to accept the petition, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Next.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, yeah, next over to you.
The second petition is from residents of Palmwoods in relation to the intersection of Jubilee Drive, Margaret Street, Woombye, Woombye Palmwoods Road, and where the underpass is for the railway. Unfortunately, it's been directed to us, but it really is, all of those intersections are state controlled. So what they're saying is that there's a debacle with the roads that merge at the railway bridge overpass at Palmwoods, extremely dangerous intersection, which is a disaster in waiting to happen, not only in dry weather, but also when it floods. There is no doubt that they have a very valid complaint, and solution is definitely needed, but unfortunately until TMR, which is the state department, do something about the situation with some form of overpass is not going to be rectified. So I'll pass it on.
Okay, so Councillor Johnston is moving that we accept that petition. I'll put that to the vote. Oh no, I need a seconder first, sorry. Councillor Dixon will second it. Now I'll put it to the vote. And that is unanimous. Thank you. And Councillor Johnston, one more.
Right, the third one is from a number of residents and people from outside of the area. The lead petitioner is Suzanne Glover, and it relates to, there's 1,158 signatures, many of which were on the internet and come from all over the world or Australia. We, the undersigned, respectfully petition Sunshine Coast Council to refuse the proposal for a development permit for material change of use of premises to establish short-term accommodation at 862 to 894 Lansman Laney Road, Ballknob. And they've got a number of reasons why they would like us to refuse it. So I'll move that it be received.
Okay. A seconder for that move. Thank you. Councillor Burns for seconding that. Councillor Johnston, did you wish to speak to that?
Only to say, if the Acting CEO could please pass that one on to the town planners too, please. It relates to visual amenity, so the application will be coming, the town planning application will be coming to the November ordinary meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnston. I'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that has been carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Councillor Johnston. Moving over now to Councillor Hungerford. I understand you have a petition as well.
Yeah, there's a petition there. I don't have it in front of me at the moment. Councillor Johnston, I thank him
Yes,
for
he's holding it.
presenting that for me. Let him read out the petition and then I'll speak to it.
Petition is signed by 109 signatures, and we, the undersigned, respectfully petition Sunshine Coast Council to support the installation of a pedestrian island on the top of Dixon Road, Buderim, to allow safe crossing of pedestrians, and I'll second that.
Okay, so moved Councillor Hungerford, seconded Councillor Johnston. Okay, thank you both. Councillor Hungerford, you'll now speak to that.
Yeah, I noticed I'm getting more requests for pedestrian crossings and refuges around the place. I'm sure other councillors are getting the same. I believe this is a result of the regional plans and mandated growth targets that we have to accommodate in our town plans. The traffic volumes are growing all the time, and so people are finding it harder to get across certain roads. And I believe this sort of project would be warranted under where we've freed up the transport levy monies to go towards at-risk communities, because we are getting an increased requirement for these sort of things, and they are something we have to find money for each year. I do understand what the people are asking for here. I've got about 2 or 3 others that are being requested at the moment, and they are needed, and I'm hopeful we can get that delivered in the next budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. I will now put that motion to the vote to accept the petition and be received. Those in favour? And that is carried unanimously as well. Thanks, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Suarez, I believe you have a petition.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I have a petition to Sunshine Coast Council from the model aircraft about the model aircraft airfield at Valdora. There's 145 signatures. The model aircraft airfield Valdora, Sun Coast Model Flyers Incorporated, MCU 24/0113. We, the undersigned residents, request for Council to approve the development application MCU 24/0113, as it is of great benefit to our community, creating learning opportunities for our youth, engagement with retired war veterans, pensioners, and bringing international competitions to the Sunshine Coast. We understand that the future of the Sunshine Coast Model Flyers Club is in the hands of the divisional councillors, as the club has invested a significant amount of funds into this development application and cannot afford another.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bunag. Thank you. Councillor Suarez, would you like to speak to the petition?
Just briefly, we've had submissions in support and in opposition to this development application. It's currently in the assessment phase, so it would be inappropriate to comment on the application itself any further. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Suarez. I'll now put the motion to accept the petition to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Suarez. And that brings a close our petitions for today. Now, councillors, before we move into the confidential session, do any of you wish to declare any personal interests in relation to the items to be discussed? In relation to item 11.1, the Chief Executive Officer advises that the report contains confidential information relating to negotiations relating to the taking of land by the local government under the Acquisition of Land Act 1967. The Chief Executive Officer advises that item 11.2 contains confidential information relating to legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government. For these reasons, it's recommended that Council close the meeting under Section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider and discuss the information in these reports. Noting, of course, that Council's decisions on these items will be made during open session which will be viewable by the public. Councillors, is someone prepared to move that we close the meeting to discuss agenda items 11.1 and 11.2? Councillor Landsberg, mover, seconder, Councillor Hungerford. Thank you. I put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, that has been carried unanimously. We will now go into confidential session. Thank you and welcome back, councillors. We're moving to item 11.1, the stormwater upgrades. Councillors, I note that Councillor Landsberg was prepared to move this item, yes, and Councillor Burns to second. So thank you, councillors. To the councillor that moved, Councillor Landsberg, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, through the chair. I'll be brief. There's been an extensive amount of work that's been done Council to look at these issues. Obviously, I look forward to the rest of my fellow councillors supporting the officer's recommendation and move forward to hopefully improve the situation with flooding in Bachelor Hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? No. Councillor Landsberg, would you like to close?
Thank you.
No. Okay. Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move now on to item 11.2. Councillors, I note that Councillor Dixon was prepared to move this item. Councillor Dixon, yes, and Councillor Johnson to second the motion. Yes, I said Johnston, did I? I apologise, Councillor Johnston. No, absolutely. I'd like to be correct. We don't want another councillor coming in here pretending to be you. Councillor Johnston will second. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Dixon, would you like to speak? No. Okay. Any other councillors who would like to speak to the motion? No. Okay. I will put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Okay, so that is councillors Broderick, Landsberg, Burns, Natoli, councillor Johnston, Dixon, Law and Mayor Natoli. Those, and councillor Hungerford. Yes, thank you, councillor Hungerford. And those against? Councillors Bunag and Suarez. The motion is endorsed and carried. Thank you all. Councillors, as we accepted a new item of business to be included in the agenda earlier today, we will now consider item 8.10 and we welcome Mr Eltis to present. Thank you, Mr Eltis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. It's my pleasure to share with you an update on the CEO recruitment process. This report proposes for Council's consideration an appointment to the position of the Chief Executive Officer of the Sunshine Coast Regional Council and the terms and conditions associated with that appointment. As a summary, we selected recruitment firm Leading Roles through a request for quotation procurement process and engaged them on the 17th of July to manage the executive search and assessment process to secure a new CEO for Council. The position was advertised on the 6th of August. We had an amazing response. We were really, really thrilled, not just with the number of applicants, but with the quality and calibre of the applicants that applied. We had applicants from local government, state government, from government-owned corporations, from Queensland, from interstate, and even from overseas. Those 138 applications were received, and over 40 detailed briefings were undertaken by the recruitment firm and provided to those prospective applicants. After assessing those applications, we long-listed 35 applicants. And the process to go from 35 down to a final 14 was incredibly tricky. However, we did that. Then the consultant commenced interviews with the most suitable candidates on the 30th of August, finalised interviews on the 10th of September. On the 8th of October, the final candidates were interviewed by all of Council, and as a result of those final interviews, a preferred candidate has been selected. In the time between the 8th of October and now, thorough background screening, reference, probity checks have been undertaken and no concerns have been raised. I'm pleased to advise that contractual terms have been agreed. There's some attachments to the report for your consideration. And so, Madam Mayor, I have a recommendation before you.
Thank you, Mr Eltis. Councillors, I would like to move this item and a seconder will be Councillor Suarez. Thank you. Councillors, if there's anyone who wishes to speak solely about the process, noting that there will be an opportunity to speak after the decision has been made on this item, and I will now ask Councillor Suarez to speak.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I shall only speak about the process undertaken, understanding that naming of the new CEO is subject to the outcome of the vote and remains confidential. Thank you very much, Steve Eltis, Judy Bailey and Leading Roles for helping us with this process to select a new CEO. It's certainly not an easy process. I'd like to acknowledge comments made by Leading Role on the proactive and insightful questions that councillors put to candidates. They were very happy with the input. I'd particularly like to say, acknowledge, I guess, the input of the Mayor, Councillor Landsberg, Councillor Johnston, Councillor Bunag and myself in taking the time to interview the short list of 6 candidates. It was a very difficult decision when we interviewed those 6 candidates. The calibre of applicants was very, very high. It was not an easy decision to come down to a final 3, and then it was even harder to select the final person. I'd like to acknowledge all of the candidates who did put themselves forward. It takes a lot of time and energy to do so, and it shows that our region is a desirable place to work, that the work that our council undertakes is highly desired by exceptional people. So I just wanted to talk about the process. I wanted to make those acknowledgements to the staff, the recruiter, to the fellow councillors, to the whole council. That final interview process was pretty long, pretty gruelling, and yes, I'd just like to acknowledge the process. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. I too would like to acknowledge all of the candidates who put themselves forward, because it was an exceptional field, and I do also acknowledge that it takes time and effort, and I really do appreciate all of that. And I'd also like to acknowledge publicly leading roles, and Mark Ogston in particular, for the role in this process, because it has really been thorough and extensive. So I'd just like to note that for the record. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I stand to endorse the comments of both the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor, and thank you for all of the hard work that you and your team have done. And I just want to thank the Council for the privilege to be part of the interviewing panel, and recognise that Councillor Hungerford would have loved to have been on the panel, but unfortunately for various reasons he was unable to be selected. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. All right, councillors, we have a recommendation before us to receive and note the report titled Appointment of the Chief Executive Officer of the Sunshine Coast Regional Council. I will put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I will now sign the contract to complete this process. Councillors, officers, and to the community of the Sunshine Coast, I am delighted to announce Council has selected dynamic, highly experienced leader John Baker as its new Chief Executive Officer. Mr Baker brings to the role extensive leadership experience in both the United Kingdom and Australia. He has managed large public and private sector organisations, secured outstanding results in commercial and government settings, and delivered major projects both here and overseas. I am thrilled Council has been able to secure someone of John Baker's calibre to lead our organisation. He demonstrates values-based collaborative leadership. He values strong community engagement and prioritises excellent service delivery. Mr Baker has a solid track record in stakeholder management alongside strong financial skills. His commitment to delivering community-centred outcomes while appreciating the importance of sustainability and livability will be greatly valued. Mr Baker's dedication to his community and a self-confessed desire to empower others to succeed aligns with Council's priorities. Responsible for large transformation initiatives in the public sector nationally, Mr Baker also demonstrates a strong understanding of regional growth and development. His work on major infrastructure projects and capital program restructuring is relevant to the Sunshine Coast's ambitions for regional development and economic resilience. When Mr Baker commences with us in December, his early priorities will be centred on learning about the Sunshine Coast culture and landscape and continuing to build, and shape this outstanding organisation while ensuring our community is totally engaged in how we are delivering our projects and services. I would like to publicly acknowledge and thank Acting CEO Deborah Robinson for her exceptional work in leading the organisation since June this year. Our council is enormously grateful to Ms Robinson for her stewardship over the past 4 months and continuing. Deborah has steered council through the delivery of the 24-25 budget and has been actively involved with businesses and the community on a wide range of activities. To successfully navigate challenges of the scale she has takes a pretty unique individual, and Ms Robinson deserves full credit for her time as acting CEO. Personally, she has been an inspiring influence and an incredible support to me. I'm so grateful. She will continue to play a major role in the organisation in her role as Group Executive, Customer and Planning Services, so she doesn't get to go anywhere. Guiding implementation of our planning scheme and leadership of a significant number of projects. Thank you, Deborah. Ms Robinson will continue as Council's Acting CEO until Mr Baker commences in the role on the 16th of December 2024. I am extremely excited about the future of the Sunshine Coast Council for our entire organisation and our community, and I commend John Baker to you all and to our community. Are there any other councillors who would like to speak to this item? Councillor Johnston.
Madam Mayor, I think that you've outlined it very, very well, and I'd just also like to compliment Acting CEO Deborah for the fantastic job that she's done. She's been very helpful to all councillors and prepared to listen to all opinions and think through things intelligently. So thank you very much. And I'm very pleased that you're not leaving us.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to also join with yourself and Councillor Johnson to thank the Acting CEO, Deborah Robinson, for her stewardship of council through some pretty challenging times, I think it's fair to say, over the last few months. But I also want to thank the ELT that has been working with her, because it is a team. So to Bill, to Greg, Shanna, Ben, Judy's not here. She's walking somewhere. I hope she's having a great time. And also to Megan. You know, I really got to know the team, or parts of the team, when we did the CEO sleep out in, I think it was June. And it was a really good opportunity just to have a yarn about our aspirations and work together as a team. And I could see how close the team was, led by you, Deb. And it's really important that we acknowledge the work that you have done in that space. I also want to acknowledge the other councillors who were involved in the interview panel initially with the candidates. It was really encouraging that we all had different perspectives and different ways that we look at things, but ultimately we've arrived at a decision as a team and as a collective, which I think takes the region forward. So I wanted to say thank you and look forward to keeping on working with all of you over the journey.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Even though I was just involved right at the end, it's always difficult to make a decision, and obviously our decisions are always made on the basis of what we believe will be the best for our community. I too want to thank Deborah Robinson for the work that she's done as Acting CEO. I've known her for a long time in our days at Maroochydore Council, working her way up, and I have to say that you've been a breath of fresh air in this role to be able to be active and responsive and be able to understand what the critical issues have been, and the support that you've given the Mayor has been fantastic, and all of us as councillors. So thank you for the work that you've done.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. I'd also just like to add some comments from the newly appointed CEO. John Baker is very much looking forward to the role and is incredibly excited to be joining the Sunshine Coast Council and to have the opportunity to serve such a dynamic and magical place. The Sunshine Coast's unique blend of natural beauty and thriving communities makes it an exceptional place to live and work, and I'm sure we will hear more from him in the coming months and once he does get here. So, councillors, is there anyone else who wished to speak? Oh, councillor, non-councillor. The acting CEO would like to speak.
Well, I didn't prepare anything because I was thinking about doing something just before I stepped down from the role, but I can't let what you've said go unresponded to. So I would like to thank you for your trust and your faith in me personally and professionally. You don't do this job by yourself. You have a huge team, and the team of ELT has been exceptional. I feel like as a group we've become part of a family together, and they've slapped me around when I've needed to be slapped around. They've supported me when I needed to be supported. Their honesty and their integrity is second to none. I'm blessed to go back to that team and to be part of that team. But I'd also like to thank our Sunshine Coast Council team more broadly, because there are nearly 2,000 people that sit below this role. And, you know, there have been days when I felt a heavy burden on my shoulders, but knowing that I have the best of the best, and we saw many of our officers today in their presentations of their report to this council, to know that we have some of the best people in the industry. And that makes me incredibly proud of the organisation we've built and will continue to build under John. I've had the opportunity to talk and have a meeting with John, and I'm really looking forward to working really closely with him and supporting him in his role, and I will continue to do that until when he starts, because I'm sure the 16th of December he wants to be ready to put his feet on the ground and to run the race that we will all be here to support him to do. Madam Mayor, thank you for your support of me, and thank you for your willingness to listen and to understand. Not always agreeing, but certainly I've appreciated our relationship, and I look forward to you continuing that with me in my normal role and all the councillors that I work with across the day-to-day. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm incredibly grateful, and hopefully John can just take us to that next level, which I'm sure he'll be able to do, because he sounds like an incredible person. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Burns has put on his microphone.
Oh, please, someone put that microphone on.
That was for one of a couple of reasons, Madam Mayor. That was one, so Deb didn't get the last word.
Damn it.
And two, it was also just to, again, just to express gratitude to the ELT and to Deb for your leading through the period of time. But I guess too, it's actually just to say to our staff that this council really has taken a lot of steps through this process to try to ensure the stability of your workplace, and we recognise that actually the work of council doesn't actually happen in this room and just with the people present, and we just acknowledge that you do hard work day in, day out, and your expertise and your insight and your information that you share with us is of vital importance, and we believe that this CEO will provide a stability that it sees you continue to act in your best to bring this region to life. And so we trust and hope that this appointment is one that brings stability for you and certainty that the months ahead will be good and promising and exciting. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Burns, and I agree. The months and years ahead for our organisation, for our staff, for our people and the people of the Sunshine Coast, it's very promising and I'm very excited. So thank you. Councillors, it's been a long day. Thank you, Mr. Eltis, as you depart there, but we have no further items on today's agenda. So I will declare the meeting closed at 3:39. Thank you and have a beautiful evening.